This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they blades. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level where funds is tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mug. That city appeared it with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua.
rolling down 109.
What's good, 25 to Life? Testimony TV family. They messing with my internet already? My goodness, we ain't even get started yet. Now, this gonna be a rough one tonight. I think that's because of the title of the video. That makes sense. They definitely... Hold on, let me make sure y'all can hear me. Software update. No, I don't want to do no software update. Why do I got one bar? All right, let me look at the comments. Can y'all hear me? Shelly on Phyllis Richards. Can y'all hear me? Y'all let me know. They got one bar. All right. That's crazy. I've never started and they already attacking our internet. All right. Now I got full bars. All right. Well, guess we in for one tonight because of the title. All right. Welcome. Oh, I thought I had more rubber bands on my head. Hold on. Give me a second. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the house of Yah. Oh, Michelle. I mean, still the house of the Most High. Welcome to 25 to Life, Uncle Yahshua Testimony TV. All right. Now, let me put the what's name on the screen. Let me get myself situated. Let me put the what's name on the screen. The title to this tonight's story. Let me find the what's the name first. Let me find the thumbnail first. Let me share the screen with the thumbnail. All right, where's the thumbnail? First, before I do that, I want to do this. I might as well. This is how true this channel is. So, present, share screen. Before I do that, I want to share this window. Shout out to everybody in New York over on my Facebook that'll be coming in later and stuff. All right. So why I don't see it? Just let me double click it. Let me double click it. There it go. I can close that. I don't need that open. Then I can come back to y'all. Here. And then there it go. Share screen. All right. So this right here is a picture of my boy Jazz. He put that up on Facebook. It was, I guess, he said, me and the woman that I love the most. That's him and his mother. And his mother, that's him now. Posted, I think, yesterday. And the reason why I screenshotted it, first of all, I want to say happy birthday to Francis Preston. That's him and his mom. On my channel, on the ministry, I didn't do it here, I don't think. I told a story of when I was a little boy in the projects, Parkside Garden, Hempstead, Strong Island. And me and him, that was my childhood best friend. Shout out to Taste. Shout out to Taste. She said, mother, she was a mother to me too. These my day ones. So I told the story when I didn't have my mother and my father growing up. I knew who my father was, but he lived in a nice neighborhood across town, but I was living in the projects with my grandmother. And so I grew up without a mother. And this is my best friend Jazz, and he had his mother. And I told the story on the ministry when we was about 7 years old, maybe. And you know how you outside playing? We outside playing at the park, Campbell Park and all that. And then we ran into, he lived on 71 side of Parkside Projects where Thomas Fields lived as well. And I remember into we ran into the house, right? We ran into his house. And when we opened the door to his house, he opened the door in the projects. His mom was standing in the kitchen, but it's like a hallway in our projects. And I remember, first of all, the smell, because she was cooking dinner. The smell was so good. And when we bust open the door, she was standing there. And he ran in and she said, "Come here." And he ran and jumped in her arms. And she grabbed him. And she started kissing all over him. Now, we've been outside playing all day. And I remember I stopped in my tracks. And I was a little boy, probably 7 years old or something like that. And I looked. And that was the first time I realized that I didn't have a mother. Like, really realized it. Like, where it really, it, like it was like in slow motion for me when she grabbed him and she was swinging him, kissing on him. He was laughing. And I just stood there and everything went in slow motion. And it was like, you don't have this. And I remember everything was still. I only shared the story on the ministry. He never knew this. I never told him. We were childhood best friends. I never really told anybody ever. It was something internal. And I remember looking and it was like, you don't have a mother. You don't have this. And I had to shake it off. And I remember I just, it was like, I just shook it off. And from that point, I blocked it out. And then it was different times during my life growing up, very rarely that it would kick in that I don't have this. I don't have this mother's love. I don't have a mother, period. I don't have that. So when I saw Jazz post this picture yesterday, or the day, I think it was yesterday, and he said something to my favorite woman in the world, happy birthday to, and I'm like, and I posted under that, you are one of the most blessed men in the world. And I said, happy birthday to Francis, because it is 2024. This is like 40 something, I don't know how many years later. He still got his mother. I'm like, it just blew my mind because I'm like, you still got your mother? For those of you who still got your mother or your father, and they loved you, and took care of you, because not all of them loved and took care like mine. They didn't love me or take care of me. You are so blessed. He still got his mother, bro. And she still loved him. That's insane to me. Like, I couldn't even wrap it around my mind. I was just blown away. Like, this is insane. So happy birthday to Francis Preston. And you blessed, Jazz. All right. So I wanted to, when I was looking for my thumbnail, I seen that. So I'm like, let me share it now. All right, so let's get started. Drizzy, I'm about to answer your question. You wrote something last time. I'm going to answer you right now. Shout out to Buffalo in the building. Shout out to Drizzy. Buffalo, New York in the building. All right, so stop share. Then I got to share again. Present, share screen, window. Where is it? Oh, I gotta double click it again. Double click. Now it should pop up. There we go. Click. Shit. All right, this is the thumbnail. Y'all don't let me forget when I start telling the story to switch my image to make me big and the thumbnail small. So first thing I want to do, I want to answer Drizzy question. So Drizzy on the last study, Drizzy from Buffalo, he said, Unc, is the Nation of Islam and the 5% Nation of Gods and Earth, are they similar? All right, so Drizzy, the Nation of Islam, which we know like Farrakhan and Malcolm X and them belong to, right? We know the Nation of Islam, you know. They wear the bow ties and the, you know, the bean, they sell bean pies and stuff like that. Not disrespect or nothing. Y'all let me know if it breaks up and stuff because it's already messing with me again. All right. So now, hold on, somebody else over on. Shout out to Desmond Cox Jr. over on Facebook. Shout out to Desi. So, and then we're gonna get into the story. So, because he asked this last week. So the nation, the 5% Nation of Gods and Earth was an offshoot of the Nation of Islam. So Drizzy, back in the 70s, they had in New York City, they had a temple, a Muslim, that's what we call Muslims, and in the ghetto, the Nation of Islam, the Black Muslims under Farrakhan and Elijah Muhammad, and it's before Farrakhan. So Malcolm X. So in Temple Number 7, that Malcolm X belonged to Temple Number 7, and he had a big brother named Clarence 13X, and they both belong to the Nation of Islam, the Muslims, the Black Muslim, right? And this one, Farrakhan was a little boy. He was a little boy, probably delivering newspapers for them and stuff. So Clarence 13X was the first one to realize that this what he got his revelation was that something is missing in these teachings under Elijah Muhammad. And he thought this is not the whole truth or nothing but the truth. So I guess he got revelations from his creator, what we call Allah, his creator, to branch out and make a separate nation that was more geared towards the youth and like because if you know about the Nation of Islam, you know about Malcolm X's assassination, and you know that it was inside, right? That they were working with the government and stuff, right? So Clarence 13X realized that while they making all this money, because Elijah Muhammad was I'm not disrespecting the Nation of Islam. I'm just giving a brief understanding to the young brother Drizzy of the difference between the Nation of Islam and the 5% Nation of Gods and Earth. Clarence 13X realized that, yeah, they making all this money and yeah, all this stuff, but there's certain things that they won't take on because they're part of the system still. Right? So they still answering to the government and stuff. And he knew that in the ghettos in New York City, the youth, everyone was still being slaughtered. So he branched out and created his own mathematical language, but now it still have the fundamental basis of the Nation of Islam's teachings. But he branched it to restructure it to take accountability for ourselves. Meaning, where the Muslims would go and they would pray 5 times a day or whatever to Allah, and they would put everything on Allah. Clarence 13X Smith lesson said, you children, you need to look inward, not outward. Look inward. You are created in the image of God, Allah. And there's an accountability that comes with that. You have to do a thing about it to change your own circumstances and stop praying outwardly without looking inwardly. He's supposed to exist within you. You are in his image. So it was accountability and responsibility. So we share some of the same lessons. And now the Nation of Islam later, they changed their doctrine because they didn't even study their scriptures. They didn't know the scriptures by heart back then. And the Nation of Gods and Earth, he gave us an accountability to learn. It's like learn the Bible. Like, so let's say if you were a Christian or something about the Bible, he was like, don't just go to church and let them read it to you. He was like, learn it and apply it and do it. So that's the difference. So yeah, so it was one that went to the streets. It's like he went to the streets. So later they became like the institutionalized, like the clean, and we were like the field igger and the house igger type of situation in a way. Whereas he went to the streets and to the prisons, and Malcolm X, and he told Malcolm, and Malcolm followed. He left first, and he told Malcolm, and Malcolm left soon after, and they killed him first. So people, they don't tell you about that. Clarence 13X Smith, they killed him before they killed Malcolm. They killed him first, and then Malcolm was after that. So that's just a little brief rundown. It's totally different, but we share some of the same lessons. But this is the difference. The lessons that we shared in the 5% Nation and the lessons that was in the Muslim Nation of Islam, the Black Nation of Islam, we take the lessons and we apply them to ourselves. And they take the lessons and apply it to a God, Allah. So we would say that we are Allah's children in the image of Allah. So we have, it's accountability and responsibility. And if you know the Bible says that too. Do you not know that you are Yah's? You are God's. You are in the image of the Most High Creator. But Christianity taught us not to do nothing about it. We could just come to church, believe, and speak with our mouth that Jesus is Lord and everything is good. That ain't what the Bible says. The Bible says you got to do a work. You got to do a thing. You're held accountable. All right. So anyway, that's to Young Drizzy. All right. That's just a brief understanding, Drizzy. And when I go back into history, when I go back in the days and stories and talk about more of the Nation of Gods and Earth, you'll have more understanding, Young Drizzy. All right. So now let's get with the thumbnail. Now the thumbnail, tonight's story. L'Oreal put the title, "These Eastern Europeans tried to cut me open and take my organs." This is a true story. First thing I want to say is organ harvesting is a real black market business where throughout the world they steal people and they sell organs on the black market. They sell, your heart is worth this, a kidney is worth this and stuff. So you got to be careful when you're traveling. And a lot of white people get themselves in trouble because white people, so-called white people, they think they so free to just travel all over the world. They be going to these Eastern European countries and be getting drunk and people dropping stuff in their liquor. Next, they wake up, or they don't wake up. They got old movies called Hostel and stuff like that, where you wake up in a tub of ice water. You wake up in a tub of ice water and like hurting and look around, you got bandaged all up. They took your kidneys and your livers. And now a lot of the times they would kill the person and take all the stuff. Those ones who wake up and be bandaged, like the thumbnail. You see the thumbnail? These are true pictures. You see these images? And see this person? They cut them open. See that person? It's a long line of them. I just cropped it. See this? This is another image of where they steal people or whatever, and they cut them open and take their organs. Now, let me see. Santiago Torres said he got a question. Let me see. He said, I have a question. Is it true that crews/drug dealers get trained in combat like Chris taught the youngsters from The Wire? Not really, Santiago. So it's not something that you can put like broadband and say all the crews, because crews slash drug dealers back, because he's talking about back in the 80s and the 70s and the early 90s when we had crews before gangs, not Bloods and Crips and stuff, when it was crews in the streets, right? During the crack era. That's what he's talking about. So Santiago, you couldn't broadband and say, yeah, crews train their crew in combat, because it was so individualistic from each neighborhood and each person. It was different. It's just a so whereas let's say in the Wire, Chris taught his youngsters from the Wire how in the next block over they wasn't doing the same thing, right? So it would be individual. So was that thing true? Yes, I'm quite sure there was some crews who trained their soldiers how to shoot. You probably some probably had a shooting range trying to teach them, you know what I mean? But it wasn't something that it was like organized like that. Everything was independent. Your block and the next block over in your hood, it was people warring against people. It was just a mess. Nothing was really organized. And for the crews that did have their stuff organized, some of them probably did train, you know, but it wasn't a lot of that. It wasn't as much as that as they would show, as you would think. Um, yeah. So, all right. Now, the there's a thing called human trafficking, and everyone, these things do not go away. That they steal people, they'll steal your children, they steal people. You have to be careful in tourist destinations. They say that Orlando, Florida is one of the most populated places for human trafficking because of Disney World, and all the people come for the amusement parks. So you got to watch your children. I'm saying this part at the beginning of this story, that this happened to me. I'm about to tell a story when it happened to me, right? And so you be very, very, very careful about just meeting somebody, no matter where you meet them at. I don't care. You could be in a club, in a bar, I don't care, a church. You can meet somebody online. Always, guys, always think, I hate to say this, but this world is a second world. It's dark. Always think the worst. What I mean by that is always be looking out for the worst case scenario. Don't ever be out there just thinking la 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 la. You know what I mean? Like you just chilling, you met this beautiful girl, right? And you just, oh, she gorgeous, and she's just, you just like, okay, let's go. I met a bad one or something. Or sisters, you met this dude and he just check all your boxes, and you just think you just got your guard down. This is how people get sold into human trafficking, modern day slavery. This is how people get organ harvested as well. These industries are alive, especially in a lot of poorer countries, but they happen in mainstream America as well, because especially for human trafficking, they really like to get the people from America because they go for a high price for these sick people who want to buy people and whatever they doing to them, torturing them and all that type of stuff. All right. So I wanted to start that off with understanding that this human um, trafficking industry and this organ harvesting industry is huge. And keep the lookout for yourself and your children, and especially when you're traveling to these countries, stay in the tourist area. When you go into these countries, especially to the so-called white people, they like to go everywhere. They crazy as all outdoors. So-called white people are nuts. They go to the little corner of the world somewhere and be like, ooh, it's so nice. they be let's go into the jungles of it and all that type of stuff. They get themselves in a hot mess. So now, um, yes, he said Babylon teaches us to have our guard down. Mm-mm. Keep your guard up at all times. Never sleep on nothing. Now, I'm gonna get into the story. I'm gonna walk it down a little bit because I just don't want to jump in because this this channel and this story, I'm on a timeline of my life. So as I go back, like last week, I did the story of Gene Grant, RP to my big brother Gene Grant. So I'll come up to date and tell my story of my timeline, then go back and tell an old story. I'm gonna keep jumping around to keep y'all on your toes, to keep it interesting. But there's a timeline that I'm doing that's gonna lead up until me today, as the man of the Most High, able to do these videos to y'all right now. So now I'm going timeline because, and this is from the last one, the last video before the Gene Grant one. It was this one, present. And I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about. Share screen. This one. So this video right here. Oh, y'all can't see it. It's the, hold on, let me make it. Let me go back to my channel. Hold on, move that. Go there. Make that full screen. There we go. And then go to my channel. Go to the channel. Hold on. There we go. It's the 25 Life channel. And then you click on the live. Look, we live right now. Click on the live button and that'll take you to the live videos, the live stream. And this one right here. This one that says Daytona thugs try to shoot me in a pool. This video right here is where I'm continuing the story. So I was in Daytona and it was my ex-girlfriend Lexi, and it's leading to this. I'm walking it down to the organ till they tried to cut me open and take my organs. It's leading to it. All right. So now, in the story with the Daytona thugs try to shoot me in the pool, right? That's because Lexi had this thing. I met this girl from Daytona and she liked the water. She got me in these pools and beaches, and she's going to these neighborhoods and getting a free from her friends and getting a key card to go on all these pools. So she got me in all these different pools every day and all that, and going to the beach, and she wearing her bikini, and it was just bad. I'm just like, something's gonna happen sooner or later, and sure enough, it happened. And that's that video, the Daytona thugs try to shoot me in the pool. So now, in that story with Lexi, I'm gonna continue the timeline because it's gonna lead into them trying to steal my organs. So now let me, how do I do that? Oh, stop sharing that. Let me see, should I? Yeah, stop sharing. All right. So now so Lexi got me doing all this stuff, right? That was the one who used to cook all this food, and she was like kind of tripping with the cooking. And remember, I'm used to girls being all crazy, so I got a strong tolerance for craziness because that's all I know is them girls acting crazy. And so so the what happened with her was, first of all, my ex, Sarah, the other ex that I had, the Asian ex, my child mother, she, for on the channel, I had another video where I hold on, is it that one? Let me see, what's that one? Probably that one. Share. I had another video where, hold on, make it big. There we go. Where is it? Right there. These two. This one says, my crazy Asian baby mama lock in 25 to life. And this one says, she stalked me at the hospital, her psycho boyfriend at work. This is my Asian baby mama. All right. Now, sorry, I didn't say her name. It is what it is. Shouldn't have did it. All right. So now, when I met Lexi, my Sarah, the one who I said stalked me at the hospital and all this, I met Lexi is the one in Daytona. So now she's like my girl. We're in like a week into our relationship, 2 weeks or whatever, and we doing our thing. That's when she taking me to the pools. I don't know if this before those Daytona dudes try to shoot me in the pool with those big old assault rifles, but it's probably before that. So what happened was Sarah, my Asian ex, was stalking Lexi. So be careful for men and women that'll stalk you. Again, keep your head on a swivel. Look for signs. You got some people are just sick. See, you got some people who learn to let go. And what I mean by that is once it's over, y'all broke up, they're like, well, whatever, forget you. That's me. I don't go backwards. Once we over, we over. I don't know what you're doing. Don't care what you're doing. I won't know nothing about you. I ain't on no social media trying to look at you. I don't give a crap. I will see you 15 years later and be like, oh, hey. And once I'm done, I'm done. I move on. I don't, but some people don't. Some people are sick. Some people, I've had people that I date and I used to bait them, meaning I used to test them, right? Because you got people, and I know a lot of people like, well, that's good. That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, it's a balance because sometimes that leads, like that's a red flag to me. Sometimes it's a red flag when you meet a person and next you know, you find out they stalking you all through they done found out your social security. They done put out a government APB report on you, and they didn't got. I'm like, bro, that's way too intrusive into my personal. Give me time to get to know if I even want to date you or not. You didn't went that stuff, and I know some people think that's what we supposed to do. You know, you got no. I'm sorry, but you had girls that do it right while you meeting them on a date. They trying to get your info so they can start Googling you and doing just all type of stuff immediately. I'm like, bro, we didn't even get to even know one another yet. Give me a chance to even see if I remember I had that one girl. I had to leave. I left her in my car. This girl was crazy. She was like, listen, you're gonna give me. What's your government name? I need your first name, your last name, your middle name. I need your mother's maiden name, and I'm like, bro, you need to get the hell out of my car. That's what you need. I remember we was over by Lawrence Road, some girl from Uniondale, and it was back when I was getting it too. I said, because this is a nice car. This is a nice car. I need to know. I said, low, bro, give me, now you'll get to know all that if you just slow down and let me see if you even worth knowing all that, right? Now, again, see, it becomes balanced because at one point you like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. But at another point, when does it cross over to a cycle? Because that's also what crazies do too. So I don't know. Maybe you should try and do it on the secret, on the low or something. Don't get caught. All right. But again, you do need. I don't know. I mean, I ain't never did it, and I mean, I'm here. I'm just saying. No, I don't want to say it like that. Just if you're going to do all that, just be cognizant of the other person's privacy and respect, and understand that you can miss a good person because that looks crazy and psycho when you're trying to get to know someone. I mean, give it some time or something. So anyway, so now my Asian ex, I already know at this point, I didn't know that she would do this, but I know she was she had locked me out of my old Facebook account and all type of stuff. Like she was into, you know how they be all in the phones. Like my other ex went in my phone. This back in the days, I didn't know you could do this back then, and went and found stuff that was deleted in the phone, and somehow you could go in and pull. Oh, and it wasn't even my phone. I got the phone from somebody else. So she took someone else's pictures and thinking it's mine. Some dude's his dingling pics, and she thinking it's mine to some girl. And I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Right? This is when you're doing too much. And then I'm trying to tell her, that ain't me. I don't even know. How did you even get that out of the. Y'all know, especially the sisters, the ones they be just, it's like a spirit possessing them. They be like they get a high off of the rush. You want to know everything. That's a tree of the knowledge. Good nigga. Be careful with you. Sometimes you can know too much. All right. So anyway, we in now it's over with Sarah. I done put her out. She gone. Her kids are gone. Whatever. Now it's about 2 months later, a month later, 2 months. I done met Lexi. I'm in Daytona. All of a sudden, my phone ring. So I'm like, yeah, and it's her. So I'm like, girl, what are you? Because she hide the number. She called me from another number because I don't answer. I won't answer her. Right? You need something, text me. Because it got to be about my son. And I'll send my diapers. I take care of my son. Whatever it is, text me. Don't be calling me. You lost your rights to call me. Yeah, I'm that type of ex. I don't play all that. I'm not that other ex. I don't play all that. You can't just call me. I don't know what you lost your mind. You shouldn't have been acting all crazy. So anyway, so she called me from another number. I'm like, and I do the thing like, hello? You're like, hello? And she like, oh, so you got a white itch now. Now this is an Asian chick cursing at me talking about I got a white itch. Now, first of all, Lexi is from Spain. Her mom is from Spain, her grandma, and her dad is from Lebanese, right? And she got melanin. Now, my Asian ex Sarah, she Asian, but the funny thing is, like, I don't know, that's because she thinks she a black woman anyway. So she got the black woman complex about hating the white woman. Y'all know that thing. We already know that comes from slavery. So we understand that, right? I understand that trauma, right? But she ain't white. I mean, you ain't black, girl. You Asian. 100% Asian. And you said, oh, you got a white ish now. Oh, so I'm like, this girl swears she black. I swear, this girl swears boy, you cannot, when they think they black, you can't stop them from being black. They want all that black smoke until the real smoke come. wait till the FEMA camps come. If the KKK come, I bet you won't be black then. I bet you'd be like, I'm Asian. I'm Asian. when they come start hanging people by nooses for black, yeah, everybody want to be black until it really go down for the ones who want to be black. Anyway. Because everybody don't want to be black. You got a lot of people who hate black, right? They hate on it, right? So this girl want to be black, right? So I'm like, so she going off, yeah, you're a white bitch. You selling out and all this stuff. And I'm like, first of all, if I was selling out, you Asian. So what are you talking about? But she thinks she black. I swear she thinks she black. I guess when she look in the mirror, she just ignore the mirror, right? Because she just, she want to be in the hood, right? She type want to be in the projects and all that type of stuff, right? So I'm like, yo, what are you talking about? This, and I'm like, and so then Lexi don't play no games because Lexi is like black, right? So the difference is Sarah, my Asian ex, she got adopted by two white parents. One, they had kind of upper middle class. So she grew up in the suburbs. Now she chose to run away from home and go to the ghettos and the projects and date thuggers, date Tyrone and Pookies, right? She chose it. But Lexi grew up in the hood. Lexi from Daytona hood. So you remember? And she's a little more black because of the Lebanese part, right? That's Ishmaelite, right? So she got melanin and stuff, right? Hair curly, right? So, but she light skinned, right? So so Lexi don't play no games because she from the street. So Lexi grabbed the phone like, yo, who you? Because she can hear her. Like, listen, what are you doing? Ain't it over? Like, it's over. Like, so Sarah talking junk and Lexi like, listen, don't have me have him make me come out there and find you. And I know Lexi for real. Now the funny thing, the Asian one, she really a punk, right? So she thinks she ghetto, but she really a punk. She talk all that crap, right? Because she keeps stalking me. So I'm not going to give it away. I almost gave something away. It's going to come out in another story later, right? When I found out you a punk. I didn't really know this at the time, but I know I could tell, you know how you could tell, I could tell Lexi ain't playing. Lexi like, listen, I put it's going down. She from the hood. I put some knuckle game, right? She from Daytona. So I'm like, all right. So I'm like, yo, what are you doing? First of all, how do you, now listen, guys, first of all, how do you know? Now it's been over for months. She gone on, she gone. How do you even know that I'm dating some girl and she ain't white? First of all, yes, she is. Whatever. I don't care, right? I don't care. First of all, right? I'm like, she ain't white. If she was white, then she white, but she ain't white, right? Right? So I'm like, she ain't white. Oh, I know a white bitch. When I say, and I'm like, listen, first of all, how do you know that I'm even dating her? Right? So now she like, don't worry about that and all this. So I'm like, okay, something, something up with that. Cause she already done stole my accounts before. She be on that phone, internet stalking stuff. Come to find out, to make a long story short, we end up hanging up and Lexi like, yo, you got a crazy. I'm like, yeah. She's like, what you done did to her? I'm like, she's just psycho crazy. I'm used to that, right? Whatever. So come to find out, this girl, the Asian one, she didn't, this girl crazy. She didn't opened up, this back though, this is 2012. We're in like 2012. This ain't 2024 when people are doing this. Remember, go back to 2012 for them who old enough, right? She was doing this back then. She made a fake, she made a fake Facebook account, right? Put up pictures and all this stuff. This is 2012. Found Lexi's mother. Her grandmother. Her grandma, because her mother is a thug. Her mother be running the country. Her grandmother opened up a Facebook account, found her grandmother, befriended her grandmother on Facebook, and was writing became friends. She gained the trust of Lexi's grandmother like she was a friend, and was sending pictures. And so she learned Lexi's whole upbringing. No, this was the sickest thing in the world. She calling me. Now, after we hung up that first time, she would call me random. I'm at Lexi's house and she would be like, yeah, I know that she got a cousin and her cousin name is this. And I know that they live on this street. And I'm like, how are you getting this information? Now, I'm telling y'all in hindsight, at the end later, we found out, it took a long time, that she was on her grandmother's Facebook and was like a close friend to her grandmother with a fake profile. So her grandmother thinking she met some nice young, I think she had like I don't know if she had a white girl's image or a Hispanic girl's image, and was talking to the grandmother and built her trust. And the grandmother trusted her and thought that was her friend, but she was gathering all this information. All right. So now that part was crazy. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that out because I'm getting to the topic tonight. Let me put it on the screen now. Let me share my screen, present. Let's get to the story. Share screen, window, bang, share. All right. And now let me switch places with the thumbnail. Bang. All right, there we go. Let me move over a little bit because it be cutting me off. I think, no, it cuts, I can't see now. Because sometimes it cuts, oh, no, I know how to look at it. It cut my whole arm off when I'm sharing the thing, and I be wanting to move over, but it looks like it's reversed. I know how to look for it. Go to the live stream. I can see myself on the thing. Okay, open it. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Go to the live stream. Let's see if it works. Let's see. I just moved over to the left. Come on. Oh, nope. That was the wrong way. It's over here. Now, let's see. At least now I know I gotta go to the right. There we go. That works. All right, I'm not cut off. All right, so now let me turn that down. Ah, there we go. Because this thing over here, 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 be cutting off. It used to cut off. I'm looking at myself. I know one of these on. All right, so at least now most of myself, I'm still kind of cut off, but most of it is in the picture. I guess it's the best I could do. All right, so now let's go. It feels weird because I'm all the way to the side. Maybe I should just let it cut me off. All right. So anyway, this feels weird. I mean, it's gonna have to cut me off, guys, because I can't do this. I feel like all to the side. So now, all right. So with Lexi, this part of the relationship, it was all going good after they try to shoot me up in Daytona. The thugs try to shoot me up in the pool and stuff, and we start going to the beach. But Lexi's she was crazy too, meaning her she was raised by her aunts and sisters, and they had a thing that they don't trust no man, right? So she had the thing. There are a lot of sisters raised like that, where they mom and they aunties and them who got cheated on or something. They don't never trust no man. She was raised with that thing, so she really had trust issues. And my thing is, I go into each relationship with a clean slate, right? I'm not bringing my baggage. I'm not just going to not trust you because I don't know your story yet. So you got to know a person's story. So Lexi had these crazy trust issues, right? And I was like, it was already red flagging me to the point where I was like, I don't think this will work. You know what I mean? She used to flip out on me in the mall and stuff. To my, I'm looking at some girl and I don't know what she talking about. I'm like, what are you talk, bro? Come on, bro. I'm like I'm having flashbacks from Sarah and all the rest of the crazy exes, and I'm like, bro, like I want you, like let's just do this. We straight. So one time I told you I had a BlackBerry phone. This is the time of Blackberries, right? And my money wasn't up because I was giving my life to the Most High when I came from jail. Remember, I just came from jail. I just got out of the 25 to life, so I can't hustle or do nothing. So I was in dumpsters doing the scrap metal stuff, right? And so I had found a BlackBerry phone when I was coming out of the gym, a BlackBerry, and they was expensive. They were like now like 12, $1,400 phones back then, right? Those who know about Blackberries, this was the times before all this flip phone, I mean, all this stuff we got now, right? So BlackBerry was the smartphone. So I had my BlackBerry and I was happy because I found it and it was already unlocked. It was back then, and Metro PCS, you know, I was the cheap. Remember, I was poor, so I got the cheap thing, and so I got a BlackBerry, so I'm happy. So it's all good. I got a brand new BlackBerry. Somebody who had money dropped it outside the gym, so I looked at it as thank you, you know. So I got a BlackBerry. So we in Lex's house, and she, you know, Lex is clean. She cooks, she cleans everything. So we're in the house, right? And she says she's gonna wash the sheets. So she gets up to go wash the sheets. Tell me, get up, right? She's like, get up, go in the living room. I'm about to wash the sheets. You need anything else? Throw your clothes on the thing, whatever you need, wash. So I'm like, all right, nah, I'm good. So she goes, she grabs all the stuff. She grabs the stuff. She goes to wash the sheets. So about 20 minutes later, I'm like, where my phone? So I'm like, yo, Lex, where my phone? You see my phone? She's like, no, I ain't see no phone. So I go in the room, I'm searching up, down, in, out. I'm searching everywhere. I cannot find this phone. So I'm like, where's my phone? I never lose my phone. I don't lose phones, right? I don't lose them. I just don't lose phones. I don't lose keys. I'm not like that. I keep stuff forever. I don't lose stuff. It's very random, rare. So I'm like, listen. So she's like, did you leave it? I'm like, I ain't even nowhere. I had the phone when we was in the bed. So we can't find it. Later, she comes out and she's like, I got some news for you. So I'm like, okay, what? She's like, I found your phone. So I'm like, okay, good, good, good. You found my phone. She said, well, it's I I washed your phone. I'm like, what do you mean you washed my phone? She's like, well, remember when I grabbed the sheets? I guess your phone was on the bed because we was on the bed chilling. So I'm like, no, no, no. What do you mean? Well, I grabbed the sheets off the bed and I guess your phone was there and I put it in the wash and your phone got washed in the washing machine. So I'm like, no, 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 no. What do you mean? Like the phone is heavy. What you when you didn't open the sheet up when you and then she like so she go. I said, where is it? So she gives me the phone and it's all washed. It's wet. It's over. This is 2012, so it ain't like now they making phones a lot more waterproof, right? So I'm like, oh come on, bro. No, no, no. So I'm trying and she like, so first thing she says was, I'm like, come on, man, this thing gotta work, this thing right. She's like, you shouldn't have left it on the bed. So I said, what? I said, yo, what are you talking about? You shouldn't have left it on the bed. I'm like, no, 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 chill out, Lex, chill out, chill out, chill out. Because I was, now that's the most expensive thing I got, and I needed the phone. I used the phone to find my work when I was scrap metal and stuff like to do all this stuff. And, and I can't buy another one. I don't got $1,000. I don't got $1,400 and none of that, right? So she like, well, you shouldn't have left it on the bed. I'm like, hold up. Yo, 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 what do you mean I shouldn't have left it on the bed? We were on the bed chilling. Like, what do you mean? You see, like, well, you shouldn't be so careless. I said, oh, hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. Hold up. Yo, because I ain't got time. I'm still digesting that. My phone is gone. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't got no phone now. I don't even got a phone now. More or less, I ain't got no money to buy none. All my contacts, y'all know how the phones are. Your phone numbers and I'm like, everything is gone. And I'm like, bro, you ain't even giving me time to be in to heal, to even digest what just happened. And she like, so do you got insurance? So I'm like, what? You tell me you got insurance. I'm like, no, I don't got no insurance. Oh, you stupid anyway. Anybody got a phone like this should have insurance. Yo, bro, I'm like, yo, chill out. Yo, calm, chill out, bro. Guys, it's because I'm not who I am right now, right? So I'm not like, she's like literally poking me, bro. I'm like trying to, like, I would have never flipped out on her because it was an accident. You understand? She washed it by accident. She didn't do it on purpose. So I would have never blamed her or flipped out on her. Only thing I would say was like, you didn't pull the sheet out, Like when I wash something, I straighten it out first. I mean, and the phone kind of heavy, but you just grabbed it all up and just, I guess, stuffed it in, right? So I'm like, yo, please chill out. Like I'm trying to stop her. I'm like, yo, please chill out. And she going 100 miles an hour and she got that ghetto edge, like Lex from the hood. So y'all, no disrespect, but y'all know when a black woman gets disrespectful with her mouth, ain't nothing like it. Oh, she'll rake you over the coals, boy. They know how to poke and stab a person, pin him till he flip out, and then after he flip out, then they blame you for flipping out. That type of thing. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm sorry, I'm just telling truth to power. Y'all know going well, right? And Lexi's like a black woman, she's from the hood. So she's saying it with disrespect. And I didn't heal, like I didn't even get to receive what's happening yet, and you disrespecting me about what you broke my thing. Yes, Yahakanai. She's like, you You shouldn't have left it on the bed. That's stupid of you for leaving it on the bed. You got insurance? I'm like, no, I don't got. Oh, well, you stupid then. I said, first of all, stop calling me stupid. Second of all, bro, you washed my phone, bro. Like, yo, chill out. What do you mean, chill out? Now you got an attitude? I'm like, listen, Lex, stop, please. Guys, I'm warning her. I'm like, stop, please, please stop. Please pump your brakes. Like, she keeps poking, and I know me at that time. I will flip out. I will flip out on you, bro. And then it will be no coming back. It will be, because if I'm not going to hit you or nothing, because I don't do that unless you try to hit me. No, that's the way I was. I'm not saying, I'm just speaking truth. I wasn't the one that a girl can hit and think I ain't going to knock your head off your shoulders. I was. Trust me. I'm the wrong dude. Y'all see some of them YouTube videos where the girl out in the street and she punched the dude in the face and then he knock her whole. Yeah, that was me. I didn't play. You touch me, you gonna get touched. That's how I lived. I'm not the same anymore. I don't want to. I don't want none of that smoke. I don't know what I would do. Y'all willing? I'll be able to stop myself. But I was raised in the hood. You touch me, you get touched. I don't care who you are. I ain't play that. Because where I'm from in the streets, them girls will whoop you out. You get the wrong girl, she'll knock you out and get a bunch of them, they'll jump you. So I don't play with them. I don't play with no BT2. I don't play with these hood rats. I don't play no games. So I'm like, listen, now what I'm saying with her, I wouldn't hit her unless she tried to punch me in the face or something, right? But I will say my mouth, what I would say to you will hurt you so bad. Like, and I'm good with that. My mouth is a sword, right? So I'm like, yo, chill out, because like, I'm like, please, I'm trying to tell her, like, please stop. And she won't stop. She like, oh, what, you mad? Oh, what, you mad? Now you want to act like you mad? Oh, well, if you was smart, you would have got insurance. And I'm like, listen, I don't have insurance because I can't afford to be putting no insurance on the doggone phone. I'm trying to pay my bills and everything. You know what it's like, because you ain't got no doggone TV in the house. The lights was cut off and stuff. So you know what it's like to cut, okay, to prioritize where you're going to pay the bill. And insurance, sure enough, ain't no prioritize. I got the phone. I'm grateful that the Most High gave me the phone. I found it. And that I'm able to pay this little Metro West bill or whatever, like $80 a month or something. And you trying to tell me about insurance and I'm worrying about food. Now, I said, I don't got no insurance because I can't afford it. And you should understand that because you ain't even got no TV. Oh, so let it all out. Now you want to talk about I ain't got no TV. I pay my bill. I said, listen, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying you trying to, you mess with me about, bro, you broke my phone. Well, you should have had insurance. You shouldn't have left it on the bed. I said, you know what? That was it. I mean, she kept poking. She kept poking and poking and poking. And I said, you know what, mother effer? I wasn't I'm like, you know what, mother effer? I got one for you. and I got up and I grabbed, because her car was paid for. Her title. She loved her title, her little truck with her loud system. And I knew where she had that title. So I got up and I went to her thing and grabbed. She said, what are you doing? And I grabbed her title. I said, here you go. And I grabbed it. I said, there you go. Now, when you give me back my phone, when you get me another phone, I give you back your title. And she went nuts. Because her car was her pride and joy that she had it paid off. And she's like, she went crazy. I'm like, don't touch me, Lex. Whatever you do, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'll break your whole face open if you touch me. Just trust me when I'm telling you. You from the hood, Daytona, look in my eyes. Don't touch me. And she went crazy. I'm like, but she was smart enough. I guess she seen in my eyes, don't touch him. Right? So she went, She tried to grab my stuff. I said, you could grab whatever you want. Because this doggone truck, I got the title. So long as I got the title, I'm like, listen, just pay. You replace my phone, and here you have that. I ain't gonna do nothing with it. You know I ain't filed. And she's like, So then she was like, she going all crazy and everything. Then she's like, I'm gonna call the police. And that's one thing I don't play. I don't play police games. I mean, you doing this, you started this. Guys, all I needed was I'm sorry. I never blamed her. Only thing I said was, you didn't shake the sheet. I know it was a mistake. All I needed was, you know what? I'm so sorry. I watched your phone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was it. And I would have said, you know what? It's okay. You know what I mean? It was a mistake. I know you didn't mean it. All I needed was an apology. That's it. And then we'll figure out a way to give me another phone somehow. Give me a cheap phone, right? So then, but what I got was, it's your fault. You shouldn't have left it on the bed. You should have had insurance. You should have did this. What? And so now she's talking about calling the police. So when she grabbed the phone to call the police, I was like, man, I ain't scared of no police. You could call what you want, knowing that I don't play no police games, right? So I act like I wasn't scared, and I got close to her, and then I snatched the phone out of her hand. And I looked, and she was calling the police. And I'm like, you're going to call the police on me, bro? I said, yeah, mother effer, you're going to go to jail. You want to take my time? I said, you know what? Here. Take your title. And she took her title, and I just went, and I started packing my stuff. And she's like, what you doing? I said, I'm good. I'm minding my business. Oh, you packing your stuff? Yes, I'm packing my stuff. And she like, I don't care. Well, good. Get out. Such and such. And I'm like, because I'm done. When I'm done, I'm done. So I went in the closet. I started packing all my stuff. Because she had me, we went back to Orlando, moved all my stuff in because they don't be wanting me to leave, right? So it's like, we living there, right? So I'm packing my stuff. Then all of a sudden, I hear baby girl crying. No, don't leave. And she come running in the room. And I'm like, oh. She's like, please don't leave. Please don't leave. And she grabbing on my leg. And I'm like, oh, man, bro. I'm like, oh, this is the worst stuff. This is where it's bad, because when you bring children into the picture, and baby girl's like, please don't leave. Please, please. You my daddy. You my daddy. Don't leave. Don't leave. And I'm like, oh. So I'm sitting there, and then she come here. That ain't your daddy. You got a daddy. And I'm like, okay, thank you. You helped that situation. You helped that. Because that softened me up, right? She's like, grab her back. He ain't your daddy. You got to come here. And she's screaming, please don't leave. Rashawn, please, please, please. And I'm like, oh. So I'm packing my thing. So I packed up everything, grab all my stuff. I got everything. And then I come out. They in the living room. I come out the room. I got on my bag. I look, and she come running, the little girl. And I hug her, and I kiss her on her head. And I'm like, I'm sorry, baby girl. She's like, please stay, please stay. I'm sorry. I didn't do anything wrong. Whatever I did wrong, I'm sorry. I said, it ain't you. You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. I just have to go. I'm sorry, baby girl. I just have to go. She's like, please, please. And I'm like kissing her. I'm like, I love you. Just know that I love you and I care for you. I'm sorry. I gotta go. And I'm like, I had to pry her off. And then her mother came and like, come here, get off of him. And she pull her off. Right? So I stand there, and she pull her back, and I stand there with my bags. And I'm looking at her, and I'm like, you stupid. You're so stupid. Like I was falling in love with you. Like I would have been with you. I would have married the girl. Right? And I'm like, all you had to do was say you're sorry. That's it. All you have to do was act like you cared about my possession and knowing that, like, I didn't mean to wash it. And that was it. It wouldn't have meant nothing. So I turned around and I went and I grabbed the door handle and I opened the door and I hear, Mother effer, where you think you going? And I go, I'm like, and I turn around and she's like, put that damn bag down. I'm like, I said, now you really did lost your mind. I said, so you think this a game? She's like, you ain't walking out of my life. You crazy. You my man. You need to put that bag down and go back in that room because I'm about to cook us dinner. And I'm like, somebody must have been told you wrong. I'm like, she's like, you worry about some damn phone. You should have. Now she turns around and she act like what she said was just law, and she heads towards the kitchen to make her famous dinners and stuff, right? And I'm looking at, and as she's turning around, she's like, you know, lost your mind. Think you gonna walk out of here? You my man. You ain't going nowhere. You had to put that bag down over some stupid phone. You should have got insurance. Ain't nobody tell you to leave the phone on the bed. You're careless with your own. I was just, I couldn't believe it. I literally couldn't believe it. I sat there with my mouth open, dumbfounded at the door, while she in the kitchen. I could hear her open the cabinets and slow closing the cabinets, and she ready to. I'm supposed to put my bag down, go in the room so she could make dinner. And baby girl looking at me, and I did like this, and I closed the door, and I went out to my car, my Mazda, my old beater, and I started it up. And next thing you know, the door opened. It's that ghetto hood rat stuff. Here you go. And she live in a nice, quiet neighborhood too. She comes screaming, you turned that car off. And she run. I got the car. I'm like, and she come and hit the car, banging on the gas. And I locked the door, click, open this door, open this door. Don't you? And I'm like, oh my. I'm like, listen, bro, I'm out. I'm out. Oh, no, you wait. You come back here. Get back here. She banging on the thing, and I'm backing up, and then she jumps on the front of the head, in the front of the thing, and I'm like, oh, get off the thing, and the baby girl standing there crying, and come back. And oh, Mike Clipping, thank you. And I'm like, this is a whole ghetto movie. And I really don't like ghetto embarrassment. I just really don't. I'm the type, keep it inside, don't bring it outside, right? So I'm like, all right, good. It shouldn't clip now. So I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm like, get off the car. And then you see the Bubba Sparks dude next door, the one with the nice cars. They looking out the window, his wife, and I'm like, oh, bro, this is embarrassing, bro. Stop, Lex. Get off the car. She's like, get out. You ain't leaving me. And I'm like, get off the car. Get off the car. So I got to get out the car. I open the door. I get out the car. Now I'm in the street now, out of her driveway in the street. And people coming out their doors. We loud because she yelling. It's it's ghetto hood rat in this neighborhood. So I got to get out and I got to pull her off the car. And I get off the car and I pull off the car. I find up the car. She jumped back on and I'm like, oh my goodness. So now I got to grab this girl off the car, right? This is a whole scene. And I hate making scenes, right? I hate people in my business. You look crazy afterwards, right? So I pull her off the car and now I got to carry her kicking and screaming. And I got to take her because every time I pull her off the car, then I try to go back to get in the car. She run and jump back on the hood and grab on the hood, lay across the hood and grab the thing, the windowsill thing. So then I'm like, okay, so now I got to grab her, take her away so that I could run and get back in the car. And I take her kicking and screaming all the way to the middle of her yard and I gotta throw her because she kicking and clawing and I throw her and then I run. So by the time she get up, she behind me and I'm too fast. So I run full speed and I get to my car. As soon as I get to the car, I put it in drive. She at the window trying to pull on the door, and I'm pulling, I'm going, and I'm dragging up the street. I get off, and I'm trying not to go fast to drag her because she's holding on, and I pry her fingers off the door, and then she like, I'm gonna get you. You get back here. You get back here. And then I pull off, and I close the door. Boom. And I'm like, man, bro. Lexi, crazy, right? But I'm used to crazy, right? All I know is crazy, right? So I pull off. Now I'm getting to the story. So I pull off, and I'm driving. Now I got to drive from Daytona back to Orlando. You take back streets. I get like another minute or so, my phone ringing. And it's just ringing and ringing and ringing, and I won't answer it. I'm just ringing and ringing. She calling back to 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 back, and I'm just ignoring it. So I get on the house, I get on the back street part because it takes me about an hour and a half to 2 hours, and it's just ringing and ringing and ringing. Then I see baby girl messaging me, could you please answer? And I'm like, So I answer the phone. I'm like, hello? You turn that damn car around right now. You get back in. Her baby go, please come back. And I'm like, yo, stop. I'm like, that's it, Lex. It's a wrap. It's over. Right? It's over. It's over. Stop. And she's just, whatever. Yeah, the food ready. Yeah, the food is done. Turn around and come get this food and get in that room. Right? So I that was it. I'm like, listen, that's it. Because once I'm done, I'm done. That's how I am. Really, once I'm done, it's like, so then I finish and I continue. I'm not coming back. And she keep calling, so I just turn the phone off. So I get back to my brother's house. Now at this point, I've been with Lex for a couple of months. And she was the one working because she had this little part-time job at the shop. So I wasn't scrapping, so I had no money. So I got to my brother's house, and I get into the house, and the first thing I realize, my girl is gone because she's bad. All that good food. I look in the refrigerator, ain't nothing in the refrigerator. I ain't got no money in my pocket. I'm like, reality hit. Now I'm screwed. I got no money. So now I'm like, oh crap. Now what am I do? So what do? I go pull out the old trusty laptop. The same old laptop that I keep meeting these crazy girls. The old laptop. I pull out the laptop and I go and I need to find a new girl because I ain't got no money. Right? She's still trying to call, but I'm ignoring it. So I go on there, and that's the part of the channel where I meet the princess girl from Jamaica, the one that her parents, that her aunt and her uncle enslaved her in the house, the Jamaican girl that was a princess in Jamaica. That story. So on this channel. So I went online, and that's when I met her. That's the one. She was going to buy me a Escalade, and she was giving me this apartment complex. She owned the apartment, and I did the real estate. That story on the channel, this is when I met her on the channel, right? So I met her, and I had no money. And she had nothing but money. And that's when she took me around and she showed me the neighborhood and she showed me her apartment complex. And I told her she knew I did the real estate and she was going to give me this whole apartment complex. All I had to do was fix it up. And she knew I lost my Escalade when I was in prison. So she was buying me a brand new Escalade. We was going to to her lawyers to put the apartment complex in my name, the deed and all that. Too good to be true, right? That's when I told my daughter Star like, you did it, Daddy, you hit the, right? And I'm like, and that's when I had the vision that I know that's the Most High that showed me as she was I woke up I had a vision that I, I woke up and she was standing over me with a knife and she stabbed me to death. A vision, not a dream, a day vision. And I knew that it was true. And that's when I told her, right, I had to, and she flipped out. All thing I did was test her and say something. She's like, you trying to use me? And she went crazy. That story. The story of the princess girl. I don't know what it's called on the channel, but that's a very, very powerful story. That's when I met her. So I met her, and then after that part, when she tried, remember I said she started cursing me on Jamaican, you left here, back up, come to kill your mind, me coming. I'm like, well, come on, bro. Like, it's over, right? But she had gave me a little, she had gave me a little bit of money. So she bought food in my refrigerator. So that story on the channel, the Jamaican girl, once that was it, she was, you're trying to take my mom, you're trying to take me, we're gonna, right? And I'm like, whatever, this girl crazy. She was really crazy, right? So then I went back on the old trusty laptop again. I won't stop. I'm back online. So I meet some girl. I meet no, I met a white girl this time, and she had a pretty little white girl, whatever. She had a truck. She seemed cool, but then she was so clingy. Like, she messed herself up. She was crazy. I'm like, clingy. I don't know. People be having issues that they bring into the relationships. And she was like, okay, so you know how you know how now remember, I'm in my sin. I'm not me now. So, we smashed and everything. And after we finished, she want me to hold her, right? Okay, cool. I got you. We can cuddle after, it was cool. And then, but she was like, no, hold me and don't let go. So I'm like, okay, I'm like, okay, hold you and don't let go. I got you, No, I mean, literally don't let go. I'm like, what do you mean literally don't let go? She's like, no, just hold me while we sleep. So I was like, oh, okay. So then we try to lay down to go to sleep, right? And so now it's time for me to turn over. We're going to go to sleep. I'm ready to turn over. She's like, you're going to hold me. I'm like, yeah, I did hold you. What are you talking about? It's time to go to sleep. No, hold me. And I'm like, I'm like, okay. So I hold her again. And I'm like, and then she goes back to sleep. Like, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep, right? So I wait till shout out to Justo. I wait till she nice and sleep, and then I let go and I go to try to turn over. Hold me. I'm like, oh, right? Scooby Doo. I'm like, we got a serious problem. He was there. She's like, hold me. And I'm like, okay, bro. So I was like, yo, bro, I need to go to sleep. You said that you will hold me forever. I'm like, yeah, I'll hold you forever. I'm like, yo, bro. I said, let's listen, bro. I need to go to sleep. Yeah, Scooby Doo. Huh? I'm like, so I said, oh, so you're just not gonna hold me? So you're no better than nobody else? And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I was like, yo, mama, I'm like, I like you. You cool. She had a good job. She had a nice truck. She was industrious. She was in going to get her master's degree, to get her PhD. She was she was really pretty. All of it. She had everything, and I was like, yo, you good, mama? We get like, but this I can't. I need to get some sleep, but I need some. And she's like, I need someone that's gonna hold me. And I said, yeah, but I did hold you. I want you to hold me all night. I said, well, I'm not holding you all night. And she was like, see, and she started crying. And then she sat up on the bed And I'm like, yo, mama, what? Now I'm going through a counseling session. This some trauma, right? So I'm like, uh-oh. this this red flag, more than red flag. And she had no other red flags. We was cool. We went out. Everything was cool until we went to sleep. So I was like, yo, mama, listen, what's happened in your life? Should have known. I should have known. You know better than nobody else. You won't hold me. I'm like, can't nobody hold you like that. What are you talking about? And she's like, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So I'm like, okay. So she said, no, I don't need you to hold me. I don't need you to hold me. And so she went in the bed and she turned over and she went to sleep. So now I'm sitting on the side and I don't know to go to sleep or not. You know, I'm scared. I'm tired too. I want to go to sleep. But half of me is scared. I'm like, man, I don't know about this, man. I don't know, bro. So I end up not getting no sleep. So when we woke up, she had to get up early because she got to drive. She lived like an hour away. She needed to go to work. So she got up early and everything. And then she wasn't herself, right? She got up, fixed her hair and everything, got dressed. She looked really pretty and everything. I'm like, you look nice. And she was just like, yeah. I'm like, Ma, are you still tripping over that? I thought you were special. I'm like, okay, I already know I can't do all this. I don't do all that. It's way too much. I ain't got that emotional capacity to be all that. I can console you and all that, but when it gets crazy, Weirdoville, I can't do all that. So I'm like, you know what? This is a wrap. So I was like, all right, cool. So she's like, she had planned us, she had booked a trip for us, and I was gonna meet her people and all this stuff. And first of all, I didn't want to go on the trip. Now, this is where dating other people outside of your race can get, because she was planning a trip for me to go with her friends and introduce me to her friends and stuff. And she wanted me to go on a hiking and camping. And I was like, I'm not about to go in nobody's mountains with no group of white people that I don't know, didn't meet them, and you introducing me, and we about to. I'm sorry. So I didn't let her know fully that I wasn't going on that trip. So she was setting it up, and I'm like, you ain't getting me in nobody's mountains with no camp. I ain't trying to camp nowhere. I mean, we don't do all that. I don't do all that. First of all, you got lions and tigers and bears, oh my, and then you got crazy white people. The stupidest thing you do is go camp out with some white people you don't know. I done seen way too many scary movies and too much stuff and too much common sense to know. I don't trust y'all like that. You done lost your mind. And we ain't doing none of that. You ain't get me into your element like that. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. She had that all planned out. I was like, Shh. Well, what I was saying was, well, as we get to know each other, later I'll let her know I'm not going on that thing. I'm not going nowhere with no white people alone, period, ever. So don't ever think you're gonna have me going somewhere with white people where they got the majority over me and I'm the only black dude there. And boy, you done bumped your head. Somebody must have told you wrong. I'm from the streets. We don't do all that. No, I'm good on that, Justo. Facts. I don't trust that white people crazy. They flip out on you once they go crazy. Something, no disrespect, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all done seen all that. Y'all done seen all that. I know Crime Network channel and all that. Y'all got all type of Lifetime Network TV and all. Look, it's the truth. So anyway, so she was planning all this stuff and she's like, well, I guess we're not going on a trip. I said, well, I wanted to tell you I wasn't going on that trip anyway. See, I knew you didn't care about me. I said, oh, she got to go. I'm like, okay, mama. She's like, all right. So then she finally got all together. So she's like, you're going to walk me out to the truck? So I walk out to the truck. Yeah, snapped. So I walk out to the truck and she like, okay, so am I coming back after I get off work? I'm like, well, oh, now it's a well. Now you got a question mark. I told you, you don't know how to love someone. You won't love me the way I want to be. I said, mama, don't come back. I mean, here you go. I mean, you were just don't come back. So then she leaves. All right. She leaves and she had already gave me some money, right? Because she knew my circumstances. She already broke me off with like $150, $200 or something because she was straight. She like, no, we straight. You do your work. If you ever need something, hit me up. So everything was working until that. She was too emotional. She needed she was emotional. I don't know what happened to her. And she needed a hug from her dad or something. I don't know. I was like, they did too much. You broken. You too broken. I can't mend that. And all that emotional stuff, you lose me with all. It's too much of it. Too much. I'm good. I can't do it. That never stops. It'd be like, you don't do this right. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. You hug me, but you didn't hug me the right way. You're supposed to hug me at a 45-degree angle, and you didn't. Like, I can't do all that. I didn't been there. I didn't been in I didn't been in so many traumatized relationships. So she leaves. So then now I'm back. I'm working. A week later, I'm back. I spent the little money that she left. Food getting low, and all of a sudden, Lexi hit my phone, right? So I'm like, oh, sexy Lexi. Now it's been about a month. So you know how once time heals all wounds, right? After time. Now I've been thinking about Lexi before because I really like Lexi, right? But I know I'm like, whatever. And I've been getting crazier than her, right? Because I had the Jamaican girl. I done had about three. It's been about three girls since I left her. And it's only been about a month, right? Because I keep going back on the computer, on the internet. So Lexi hit me up and I'm like, oh, Lexi. And then I could smell the food, right? I'm like, Lexi with her food. So she said, oh, you answer me now. I'm like, Lex, you still acting crazy? She said, no, I'm sorry. I'm like, did this girl just say she's sorry? I said, what you said? She said, I'm sorry, Rashawn. I should have apologized for your phone. And I should not have. And I'm like, Lex, that's all I needed before. She's like, I miss you. I love you. And I'm like, I miss you. I'm working in this house and I'm like, I'm crying, baby girl crying. We both crying in the room. And I'm like, well, I miss you too. And she's like, and so we talk and she's like, I love you. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, Dad, bro, all I needed you to say was that you were sorry, right? She's like, well, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. And baby girl get on the phone. Hi. And I'm like, hi, baby girl. She's like, I love you. I love you. Are you going to let us come see you? My mommy said that she's going to ask you if you let us come see you, that I'll be able to come see you. So I was like, your mommy said that? I said, so Lex, you want to come see me? She said, yes, I love you. I'm so sorry. Like, I can't even sleep. I can't even, like, I'm going to get fired because I don't even function in that work and all that. And I'm like, so you want to come? She said, yes. And so, and so, and so I'm like, I missed her too. So I'm like, all right, when you going to come? She said, well, I'm going to come now. I'm going to take baby girl to grandma's house and then I'm going to just come see you. And I'm like, yes. Because first of all, I miss her. And me and Lex, we used to rock out. Y'all know what I'm talking about in that department. And the good food. And I know Lex will come in there like she'll go buy food from Walmart. I'm like, and Lex, I know what crazy she is, but I just got all different kinds of crazy after her, right? So I'm like, I'm used to crazy. So I'm like, okay, let me deal with this kind of, I know. So I'm like, yes. So she says, all right, I'm going to hang up. I'm going to take her over there. I should be there about 2.5 hours. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I hang up and I'm like, I'm straight, right? So I'm all happy. I'm about to have a good home cooked meal. I'm about to, and Lex, I know Lex, right? So about 2.5 hours, 3 hours come, she show up. She pull up, I open the door, she walk in and she looking good. I'm like, oh my goodness, girl. She knows she coming, so she made us so. I'm like, she ran and jumped in my arms, right? I'm like, dag, bro, she smelled. I'm like, dag, I really miss this girl. And she like, I'm so sorry and sorry. She crying. I'm like, nah, it's all right. I'm like, that's all I need you to say, right? So we good. So we good. We talked. She let me know what she was doing and how we went through and all that stuff. Then she seen we have no food. We went to Walmart. We bought food. She cooked a big dinner. Now we eating at my brother's house. We watching a movie. Then we went to bed. We smashed, right? And everything is good. And she ain't trying to hold me and all that crazy stuff, right? So yeah, I can deal with certain levels of crazy. Yeah, I'm used to it, just though. So I was. So now I don't tolerate no crap. So we and we all got a certain level of crazy. That's why we keep ourselves accountable. So the next day I wake up and I'm scrapping. So I gotta get to work, right? So she like, I'm gonna stay. I told my grandmother I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna go tomorrow. I'm gonna go home because I think it was the weekend or something. And she need to go to work on that Monday, and then later she'll bring baby girl out, or I could come back to the house. She's like, man, just come back to home, come back to the house. And I loved her house, and I'm like, all right. I said, well, if you don't come back, then I'm gonna come back to the house. She's like, all right. So we wake up, and I wake up. By the time I wake up, she already up, because Lexa get up and make a full breakfast. I'm talking about this one I used to eat flesh and blood. She'll make vegan, what's the name? So turkey sausages, eggs. She'll have the hash browns, French toast. I'm talking about like IHOP, like the full flat a feast. She'll make it with strawberries and all. Like, let's don't play, right? So I wake up, I can smell the stuff, right? I wake up, I can smell all stuff. I'm like, oh, Lexi back, right? Lex is back. So I go in there, she like, I'm glad you got up, you right on time. She got a whole buffet on my brother's table. And I'm like, oh, Lexi back. And I look, and this girl got on a 2-piece bikini. And I'm like, oh, this girl. So I'm like, Lex, she said, now you know I'm going to the pool. Now my brother got a pool. So we got our own pools. We ain't got to go no ghetto because my brother living small, right? So I'm like, all right. So yeah, she might as well made some cheese grits with Welch's grape. Just though, she make everything yeah, definitely cheese, cheesy eggs. I don't know if she made grits that time, but yeah, I get it all, just though. Toast with a little bit of jelly and stuff and all, just the good, So anyway, so I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm like, well, good. At least we got our own pool, right? I ain't got to worry about. So she goes, and I'm eating everything, so she's straight. So I go to wash up. So I come out the bathroom. I go to wash up, and I come out, and my brother he had the blinds. If you open the blinds, it's glass doors that lead to the pool. Now, my brother didn't put a fence up. He don't got a privacy fence. And we got the corner lot. It's a corner. So I come out, and I go in the living room, and I can see her. And she's out there. She's sunbathing. And Lexi got, she got melanin. So, and then she get a tan. So, she got the glowing butterscotch glistening off of your body, that type of thing, right? So she out there with her little golden brown, buttery looking self out there. And I look, I swear, and it's 3 garbage trucks. The garbage, sanitation, 3 garbage trucks, and they're standing on the trucks, and they all just looking, and I can see it from my thing. And I look, and I'm like, and they like, and then I see her, she gets up, and she got the bikini on, and she's walking, and they just looking, and I said, Lex. So I went and I opened the slide door. I said, Lex. She's like, huh? Oh, you up? You out the bathroom? I said, do you see those men? And she turned around and she like, oh, they've been watching me this whole time. I don't care about them. Because she's so used to it. She go to all the pools. I used to deal with her with that and the beaches and everybody looking. She got a whole peep show. I said, Lex. I said, garbage man, go. What the? So anyway, so she comes back in. I'm like, Lex, listen, you ain't no more. we ain't doing that. You're not gonna be doing that in the thing. So she laughed about it, whatever. I'm like, whatever. So now I'm like, all right, I'm about to go out so I can scrap, right? I'm about to go to work. So she's like, all right, I'll be here. What do you want for dinner? I'm like, whatever, make whatever you want. So I get my stuff together, I give her a kiss, and I go out and I leave. And then I come back. First of all, I get a text, and the text say, mother effer, I can't believe you. And I'm like, from my house, from her. So I'm like, huh? What happened? We was just cool. So I come home and she is mad. So I walk in, I'm like, what's up, Lex? I can't believe you, mother effer. You ain't itching. I said, what are you talking about? What happened? I found it. I found it. I'm like, you found what? She said, mother effer, I trusted you and I thought you was something different, but you ain't no different. I'm like, what are you talking about? She said, I found it. I said, what did you do? Did you go through my stuff? You know I don't like people going through my stuff. We already had that understanding. I'm not going through your stuff. Don't go through my stuff. You go looking for stuff, you find stuff that you weren't looking for. You can find the wrong thing and misjudge it and stuff like that. I'm the type, if I need to know, it'll be brought to me. I'm not going through your stuff. I'm not going to violate your stuff like that. Right? You just in my house. We ain't seen each other in a month. We broke up. And she says, I found it. I said, found what? And she says, wait right here. She goes in my bathroom. She pulls out this garbage. And I'm like, you went through the garbage? Yeah, mother effer. I went through everything. I said, what do you mean you went through everything? I went through everything in this whole house. Yo, the level of violation, first of all. I look around, I'm like, you went through all my drawers. You went through my brother's. I went through everything in the whole house. You know I don't trust no igga. I said, oh my goodness. So I'm like, what are you talking about? The girl went and pulled out a condom in the doggone my bathroom garbage can. She pulls out a condom. And I'm like, I said, well, at least I used a condom. I'm like, and she like, mother effer, I ain't messing with nobody. I said, we weren't together. I didn't know I was ever gonna see you again. I said, yes, I somebody was in here, but I used the she going crazy. And she started packing all that stuff. It's over. I can't believe it. She was really hurt. I don't know what she thought. I'm like, I smashed more than one. I'm like, I smashed more than one. I'm sorry, I'm not promoting it, but it just was the truth. I'm like, but I was using a condom. I'm thinking that would give me a little point. Like, at least he used the condom. Like, I'm like, so I'm like, she literally, and then she packed all her stuff and she was mad. She was cursing me out the whole time. She packing and everything, and she left. I couldn't believe her. She peeled out. That was it for Lex. That's all she could stand, and she can't stand no more. She peeled out. I was like, bye, Lex. She was not coming back. I guess she was a done deal. That was all she needed. She was already traumatized from thinking her people telling her all the men cheat and everything. I'm like, I didn't cheat on you. We weren't together. Like, I didn't know you was gonna come back. But anyway, so she was gone. Now here we go. 1 hour, 39 minutes. Here we go. So Lex leave. So now I'm sitting, the house is back empty. I'm sitting there. Cue the song. Like, I'm back alone. The house, the smell of food just went with her out the door, right? No more 9-course meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No more sexy Lexi. Right? I'm like, I'm back alone. Woe is me. I'm back alone. Cue the violins. So I'm sitting at the table in my brother's house, looking at the pool, the TV, and I'm back by myself again. That was fast. I mean, it happened. And I don't think I kept thinking, oh, I didn't think if I would have just emptied the garbage, right? I'm like, I didn't know. I wasn't thinking about none of that. I'm like, I didn't know she was going to come back. So I'm like, man, I ain't got no money. I ain't got no honey. I ain't got no food no more. The little food she left, I gotta cook it because she made, and then once that's gone, I'm back and Lex is a wrap. I know it's a wrap now. I know Lex. I could tell she was done deal. She skidded out. She didn't even look back. You know how they look back at you? You, you know it's a done deal for me when they don't look back. When they don't give a look back, she ain't even give a look back. She just, I'm out, nigga. She like, I said, well, bye, Lex is a done deal. She ain't even looking back again, right? So I'm sitting there at the glass table, and out comes, well, Laria, the old, say hello to the old laptop. The old laptop. I go and I grab the old laptop, put it on. Here we go. Open the laptop. Back on Plenty of Fish. Plenty of Dirty Fish. Now, at this point, Plenty of Fish is a real mess. Now, this is the point where it's like it's a cesspool of everything. So I go on, I open up the laptop and I'm scouring which one, I think it was Black Planet. They had some other thing. I don't think it's Black, some other thing. I had like two that I was bouncing between, but I wasn't really on Plenty of Fish. So I go and I look and I'm like, all right, let me see what Plenty of Fish. Yeah, me and the old laptop. Laptop with me no matter what. That's my buddy. So I go on there and uh I don't know how it happened, but I found this image. This image, I don't know if it messaged me or what, but it was an image of this girl. She had black hair. She looked like she could be Spanish, something, I don't know. And so as I looked through all the profiles, I started to you read the things because I'm looking past all the crazies, all the people message me, I'll drink you and I'll do all that type of stuff, all the sick stuff because of my profile. Remember, I had the right pictures and the right writing. So this woman caught my attention because the writing was like perfect, like it made sense, like it wasn't thirsty, it wasn't. And I think I reached out. I don't remember too sure, but I think I did. I think I reached out. It was like, something like I found your profile and and I would write it so it wouldn't be something like, hey baby, what's up? You beautiful, how pretty, and all this stuff. It would be something to talk about in the profile, something to cause discussion. All right. Now, I wrote it and I looked and everything was, she had all her pictures, petite, just really gorgeous girl. And I I that was it. Because everything else was crazy trash, whatever. So then later, I went, did something, I come back later and she answered. And I'm like, whoa, she answered. So I look and she wrote. And she wrote and she was like, I'm sorry, but my English is not too well, right? she was like, I'm from Russia. She was Russian. And she was like, but I live in America. I've been here for about a year. And so I'm using Google to help me translate my English. And so, but her message to me was personal. And so I wrote her back. And we kind of, and then when I wrote her back, she wrote back right away. And that was the thing, because you write, and then the next day, you see they wrote back, and then you write back, and then the next day, but she wrote back right away. So we writing, now we got a convo. So once they write back immediately, it's like a conversation back and forth. So I'm writing, she's writing, and she seems cool, right? So I'm like, how long you been here? She's like, yeah, I moved here. This is this because I had an ex-boyfriend, um, and he moved me here to be with him. But, he ended up cheating on me and all, so we going back and forth, and I'm like, well, I just got out of a relationship, and, all that. So we, I used to cut to the chase. I'm like, all right, I need, I'm not about to be writing back and forth. So I'm if you would like, send me your number and I'll text you and then we can call. But I won't give my number out. I'm like, send me your number if you're interested and I'll text you and call. That's it. Because you ain't getting my number, period, whoever they are. And it looks thirsty when dudes like, here, my number. So I don't play all that. So she said, all right. She said, good. I don't want to be doing this back and forth. And she sent me a number. I mean, she sent the number in the thing. So then I just call because I'm like, I'm not about to play no games and text. So I call a number and she answer. And when she answered, she was hesitant because I know I caught her off guard because I said I would text. So when she answered the phone, she like, hello? And she got like a real strong Eastern European accent, like Russian. So it's like Russian, Siberian, like Russia's a big place. So they got all these, countries. That's why I said Eastern European, right? So we'll just call it all Russia. So she got an Eastern European, right? So she's like, hello, hello. And I'm like, hello? I'm like, you ain't think I was going to call right away, did you? She said, no, no, you make me shy. You know how they talk when they really don't speak English. It's like broken. You make me shy. I'm like, don't be shy. So now we talking, right? So we talking and everything. And she lets me know she lived about an hour away. I can't remember now where it was. It wasn't Tampa. It wasn't Sarasota. It was somewhere about an hour and a half, about an hour and a half to 2 hours away from me. But right now I can't remember. And I was looking for her picture. I was going to show her picture because later she was still online. So anyway, so I'm talking to her, and we on the phone for a minute, right? So I'm like, she lives alone, right? Her ex checks up on her. She doesn't mess with him, but he still helps her out. She has a job. She works at this like a administrative secretary in a corporation. She got a corporate job and all that type of stuff, right? So, she told me where she worked, all that type of stuff, all that. So we was talking for a while. So then I was I had the personality, which I probably still do, but I'm not in that world no more. I was the type that I cut to the chase. Sorry, I got this new growth. Let me get this so I don't look all crazy. This I cut to the chase, right? So I'm like, listen, I'm like, I'm the type, I'm like, all right, so what are you doing for the rest of the night? And she like, huh? I'm like, I'm gonna come see you. And she's like, you can't come see me. You live 2 hours away. I said, I don't care. That's how I am. I said, is it okay? You want to see me? She's like, yes, I want to see you. I'm like, so I could come? She said, if you're willing to come see me, yeah, you could come. So I'm like, well, I'm coming. She's like, no, you're not. Don't play with me. You're gonna get me. I'm like, yes, I am. I'm not playing. I'm dead serious. I will be I'm gonna have to go get me some snacks because it's a 2 hour ride and prepare. And she said, you're really gonna come? I'm saying, I'm gonna come. She said, it's gonna be like 2 o'clock in the morning when you get here. I don't care. That's okay with you? She said, yes. I said, you could take off tomorrow? She said, if you come, I'll take off the next 2 days. I'm like, oh, you play, baby, play. You talking my language. Say less, right? Say less. This before say less was a thing. This is 2012, right? I'm like, say less. I'm on the road. It's on and popping. And she like, I cannot believe. She's like, if you come, you're gonna get mad points in my book. I'm like, oh, I'm coming. Just trust me on that. So now I go, um, I I so she stay on the phone with me and we talking and I go to Walmart, get me some snacks, and she on the phone the whole time. So she like, I cannot believe you coming. We kicking and talking and everything. She's like, well, if you come, I'm like, do you cook? She's like, I know how to cook, but I cook Russian dishes. Like she cook Eastern European dishes. Do you like deka laka laka laki? I'm like, I don't know no laka laka laki is, and probably not. you know, probably not. So then she like, okay, so this what I do. You come and I take you out to nice restaurant. We go eat nice restaurant. And I'm like, but it's gonna be closed. She said, oh, so right. So do you uh only thing open is IHOP, Denny's, any? I said, I don't care. She said, it's okay. I said, yeah, we can go to IHOP and something. And she said, and then the next night you stay, then I take you nice restaurant. We go 5 star restaurant. I'm like, okay, whatever, cool, right? So we 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 sorry, Wyatt be distracting me with his questions. We so we I'm on the phone with her, we're doing everything, and then everything's done, and I'm like, all right, I'm leaving Walmart parking lot, and I'm getting on I gotta head towards the park with the highway to get on Orlando. It's the turnpike, Florida Turnpike, and I don't remember where I'm going, but so I don't remember what part now. So I think it's not Tampa, but it's somewhere. So I get on the road, and now we're driving. I'm driving, and she on the phone. Now we get about a half an hour into my drive, and it's late, so I could tell she's tired. She's been working all day. So I was like, "This is what you're gonna do, Mama." I said, She gave me her address to the thing, to her house. And I said, you go get a nap, go to sleep. She said, no, I want to stay with you. I said, no, it'd be better. Otherwise you're going to be tired. She said, what about you? I'm like, I'm good. I'll be all right. So she said, okay. So she said, I'm going to put the phone right here and I'm going to take a nap. And then you call me when you half an hour and come. I said, okay, that'll give you another hour, like sleep, an hour and a half, get you a power nap in. So we can, so then she hangs up. Now I'm driving, right? So I'm like, it's on and popping. The old trusty laptop. Driving, I done went all through Florida, right? My folio butt. I done been all in Daytona, Tallahassee, Miami, for Sarasota. I done been all over Florida. Now I'm going to another part of Florida. I don't remember where this one was, right? So I'm like, all right, back on the road again, my foolish butt is back on the road again, chasing some tail, looking for my wifey. Now I've been looking for wifey since I just want y'all to know that I'm actually looking for my wifey, right? So I'm looking for wifey. It just needs to be a good girl, right? And all that because from jail, I'm trying to look for my foundation. So now I'm driving. I get there. Now because I'm focused on the road and everything, I forgot, man. I'm gonna call her when I get there. I ain't gonna call her when I'm a half an hour. So I get there to the directions, right? And I pull up to this like so interesting. It's like it reminds me of like a motel. What I mean by that is, you know, this is what I mean. You know that image they show when Martin Luther King got shot when he was on that, it was like he was on that level with a railing when they shot him on that in the Lorraine Hotel, and it had a downstairs and an upstairs and a level that you can walk. It was like that, right? It was a white building and it was long, the whole block. But it had that downstairs, then it had the up part, two levels with the railing, right? But it didn't look like it was a hotel. It looked like someone designed this. Later I found out it's what you call those, not co-ops, co-ops or condominiums, where you buy the thing, like you own the thing. Yeah, like a little strip motel thing, but nice and big and long, but not like a cheap hotel. It looked like it was really pretty and white in the neighborhood with lights and all of it. But that's how it was. It was 2 floors, right? And and so when I pulled, I didn't know. I thought she lived in a house. So because she said her house, right? And she owned it. So I'm thinking it's a house. And I never seen like condos shaped like that. Like a condo where you own the condo. You know what I mean? A condominium. So I pulled and I'm looking at the thing and I'm like, this looks, well, it looked nice. It was a real nice neighborhood, right? Real upper. And I'm like, but I thought she lived in a house and they had doors and whatever. So then I called. So when I called her, she was like, hello. And I'm like, hello. She's like, oh, what time is it? And I'm like, I didn't want to wake you up. She said, where are you? I'm like, I'm here. You're here? I'm like, I'm here. She's like, no, you were supposed to call me half an hour. I said, no, I'm outside right now. I wanted you to call me before. Right? Now, I'm telling y'all this story because I know hindsight now. So beforehand, as the story is happening, I don't know what's coming, right? So now as I'm telling y'all the story, I'm thinking like, okay, she's like, you were supposed to call me before so that I knew you were coming, you know? And I'm like, so I caught her off guard because I didn't give her the heads up that I was a half an hour away. So now I'm here. And she's like, you were supposed to tell me when you were half an hour away. And I'm like, well, I'm here now. So what you're gonna, I'm coming up. And she was like, she paused. I said, all right, now don't tell me you made me drive 2 hours out here. And now you're gonna front on me. Now all of a sudden something changed. I'm like, come on, mama. She was like, no, okay. I'm like, listen, I'll turn around then. If this is, she said, no, don't turn around. She said, I'm coming out right now. I said, yeah, let me, where you at? She said, I'm coming out right now. And she said, stay on the phone. And so then she says, can you see me? And my windows are really dark tinted. So I rolled the window down and I look. And she said, look, I'm waving my hand. And I look and I see a little down, a little bit from my car, I could see her going like this. She's on the second floor part, and it's a railing. And she like, and I'm like, yeah. Because she looked like, because that's what I was worried about, getting catfished. You know what I mean? She looked like she, I could see her from the thing. I was like, yes. Right? I'm like, bingo. Facts. This ain't a cat. I didn't drove 2 hours too. I'm like, yes. And this before the catfish thing, the move, that show. So I'm like, yes. So I'm like, she's like, all right, come on. Like with her Eastern European, like barely speak English, right? Come on. I can't, I wish I could mimic it. I would have to hear one, then I could be able to mimic it. So then I'm like, all right. So I open my door, I get out, she hang up the phone. She's standing on the rail. So I open the door and everything. And then I close the door, I get out and I'm walking. I'm like, and she like, you do look like you're. I said, I know, I told you, because we was both like, I hope you look like the way you supposed to look on the thing, right? Because she like, I look like my thing. I look better than I look on my thing. I'm like, all right, whatever. Everybody say that. She thought my she looked better than her thing, right? So, but she actually did, right? So I'm like, all right. So now I'm walking up. So she's like, all right, you have to, she said, you have to go in the thing. There's an elevator to come up and there's steps, right? So I'm like, all right. So I go and I get into the elevator. You press the button. It's an elevator to take you up one flight. It's little, and I get in. It's an elevator. I'm like, this is dope. The way they built this thing is really dope. So I get in the elevator and I go up one thing, and it opens. When it opens, I'm on the thing. It's a ledge. I mean, it's a walkway with the railing, and then I can see, you can see out. I can see my car down there. So I walk out and I look, and she's down. So when I come out the elevator, it's right here. She's down. Hold on, let me see. Nope, y'all can't. Hold on. I'm trying to wait. Yep. Let me move this over this way. Come on, hurry up. Because I'm watching the replay. Oh, it's too far. There we go. All right. So I come out the elevator now. I know I gotta, for y'all to see, I gotta come to the right. I gotta remember that. Whenever I want y'all to see something, I gotta move to the right. So I come out the elevator right here, and she's like down here, right? So, and I'm like, so she's standing there, and I'm like, you can see from, you know, she just, and I walk up, and we walk up, and we give each other a hug, but it's kind of awkward because she's from another country, I'm like, so we give each other the hug, and I'm looking at her, I'm like, this is, so we go in, so we go into her apartment. So now when we walk into the apartment, and the outside of the building looks nice, it's just white, right? Everything looks nice. But when we walk into the apartment, it's like, it's like, it's like someone spent $1 million in a little apartment. So I immediately now, because I did real estate and all of that stuff, and I refurbish houses and all that stuff, I know what materials and costs, right? I know. So when we walk into the apartment, the first thing I notice, it has like marble gold leaf floors in the thing, right? So I'm like, dang. And then I look at the walls, and it's like chrome crown molding, but it's like gold. It's like everything is real expensive. It's like if you went into Trump Plaza, into the presidential suite, and everything is made out of 24 karat gold. But it's in this little apartment that on the outs, okay, it don't match the outside. Now the outside looks like whatever I go into apartment, it should be nice, it should be clean, but I'm going into a palace, like a literal palace, okay? More than elegant. more than elegant, Delara Shah, over the top. Like, you know how you have a Saudi Arabian prince or something, and they make the thing look like a palace. It didn't fit. It didn't fit. And so I was like, this is insanely nice. She was like, oh, you like? I'm like, yeah, this is crazy. So she was like, yes, yes. Um, they my my ex, my ex, he he buy all this stuff. I tell him I don't want all of this stuff. It's too much stuff. But he want me to have a palace, live like a queen. He want to treat me a queen, but he don't treat me a queen enough not to cheat on me, right? Right? She like he want to treat me like a queen, but not enough not to cheat on me, right? So I'm like, okay. I said, but this stuff is really expensive. She said, yes, he makes a lot of money. He makes a lot of money. So I'm like, okay, what do we do? So she said he's a pilot. He flies airplanes. He's a pilot. He works for United Airlines, one of the airlines in that I almost got where it was. Because it's out by, it's where the beaches are. Because it's a beach. It's one that starts with an S. It's not Sarasota. I almost got the name. I think it is out by Tampa. It's somewhere. I wish I could remember now. But anyway, he flies, he's a pilot for United Airlines. So I said, oh, he a pilot? She said, yes. He's away. He drives on pilot. He's away. So I said, okay. So then we she like, do you want something to drink? So I'm like, not really. You don't, I make you drink. You want drink? I make you Russian vodka. I make you drink. You drink? I'm like, yeah. She like, I was like, you gonna drink? No, no, I want you relax. You drink. You relax. So I'm like, okay. And then she says, sit down, have a seat. And she said, I turn on TV. So she turned on the TV and she tell me to have a seat on this $1 million couch. I'm talking about all this stuff is like I'm in a palace. I mean, literal palace. And I know quality. I was rich. So I know quality and I did real estate. So I'm like, I'm like, okay, so I sit down on the thing and I'm just looking at all, and it's full of figurines and it's so rich. I mean, this place is the most expensive stuff in this one little room. It's enough, it's like a millions of dollars worth of assets in this little room. And she tells me she works as an administrative assistant in corporate America and he a pilot. So I'm already doing the mathematics. Like, the math ain't really mathing that well. You know what I mean? So I'm assessing. I'm like, okay, it's way too much money in this apartment for him to be a pilot and for you to work as a corporate assistant. Sorry, it's what's in this apartment is Sheik of Iran. It's like oil tycoon money. You know what I mean? It's like rich, like literally oil magnate money in this room. And I know. And I'm sitting up there, the math ain't mathing. So I sit down and she like, yes, sit down, relax. You want me to turn on TV? I turn on TV, relax. I go make you drink. And so I look and I realize this girl didn't close the door. The front door is open. So I'm like, so she about to try to walk to the kitchen, little kitchen part, right? And I'm like, hey, mama. I grab her and I says, you didn't close the door. And she says, no, 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 no. No, we leave the door open. Leave the door open. It's nice neighborhood. I always leave the door open. We never close door. So I'm like, you don't close your door? I'm like, you got all this rich stuff. She said, no, when I leave, I close the door. But when I'm home, I leave the door open. We don't, it's nobody mess with nobody. Quiet. See? You see, quiet. Nobody. So I'm like, so I'm looking at the door, right? And I said, so, okay. So then she said, okay, you relax. I go make you drink. And she turns and she walks to the kitchen, right? So she turns, she walks to the kitchen. So I immediately get up off the couch, right? I'm from Street Parkside, Strong Island, Hempstead, New York. I don't care that I'm in Florida and it's 2012, right? And I'm at this old exotic Eastern European thing trying to make me some, you sit down and all this rich stuff. She turned to walk to the kitchen. She had no idea that the minute she walked off, I rose up out my seat and was right behind her. She didn't even know. So y'all know. She turned and she walking to the kitchen. I'm literally right behind her and she don't know. So she walking and I'm looking at her body, right? I'm like, oh my goodness. The little thing is you know how you can draw a person, right? Like that little thing is like the perfection of everything, the whole body, everything's perfection, right? Like somebody drew her. And that's what they do. When they're trying to bait you, they're going to make sure that they get something that's going to attract them in, something that's going to be so eye appealing, right? I'm giving away stuff, but the title already gives it away. So I can do this with this story. Usually I don't tell y'all and I give y'all a big shocker, right? But this one, the thumbnail tells, right? So what they do, they bait you, they get a perfect specimen, right? Now this girl is like perfection, even when I was looking at her from head, and then when she turned around and walking away, and I'm like, just the shape, I'm like, somebody molded it, right? So she walking in front of me, I'm walking behind her, and I'm like, oh my goodness, right? And I'm like, so she don't know. So she get to the kitchen, and she don't know I'm behind her. And she walk, it's a small, tight. So the apartment is really small. The living room is a nice size, but the little kitchen is a little small, like kitchenettes, right? Then later I know it's a bedroom. So it's a 1 bedroom, and it's a kitchen, the bathroom, and a nice size living room, right? So when she walk into the kitchen, I'm right behind her, but she don't know it. So I seen her reach and grab clear liquor, right? Clear vodka. And she grabbed the clear vodka and she had a glass sitting on the counter. And when she grabbed the vodka, she went and she turned and she jumped. And I was right there. And she jumped. And she said, you scared me. I said, no, I'm sorry. I don't mean to scare you, mama. She said, no, you're supposed to sit. You're supposed to sit. I bring you drink. I serve you. I said, no, I'm good. I want to see your place. I want to see the place. This is a nice kitchen. I'm like, my goodness, look at this crown molding. Look at this refrigerator. The refrigerator looked like it's made out of 24 karat gold. I'm like, is this gold? Like, what is all the, the sink, the faucet, everything is gold. So y'all know those Arab states and stuff, they like gold, these palaces, right? So everything is gold, and the refrigerator looked like it's gold, right? So I'm like, my goodness, look at this refrigerator. I'm like, how much does refrigerator cost? And she's like, no, you relax, you're my guest. You go sit, I make drink. I said, no, I'm good. You make drink, right? You make drink. And I'm just looking at the stuff because I'm like, this stuff is banging, right? I am just floored at how much this stuff is pretty. I want this stuff. I would love to have this in my house, right? So I'm like, so I'm looking at this and I'm looking at that, but I'm watching her, right? So she grabs the liquor and I can see everything she doing, right? She don't know that I'm doing 2 for 1. You know, y'all know doggone well I'm watching. You think I'm about to take some drink from somebody. I'm not Boo Boo the Fool, right? So I'm sitting up here like, you done lost your mind. You think you're going to make me a drink and I'm just going to come bring it to me. I don't care who you are, right? So I'm looking, pardon me, I'm looking at the stuff at the same time watching her. Now, she ain't as sharp as I am. So the thing about it, guys, I got her beat because she don't know I'm a hustler, right? I'm from the streets, from the crack era, New York City. I'm from Brooklyn, Queens, Parkside Project, Strong Island. Like all I know, you can't, she ain't like I'm way above her hustle level. So she doesn't realize, she think I'm just the normal whatever was happening before me. But she don't know you found the right one, baby, like Ray Charles, right? So I know that she doesn't, like she didn't even know I was behind her when I was walking. I could have grabbed her. It could have been a ruse on her, right? Now, let me tell you one more thing. I forgot this part. So while she was talking all this stuff, she turned around to walk to the kitchen. I got up and went and closed the door and locked it. I forgot to tell y'all that part. Y'all, somebody must have then bumped your head. I immediately peeped. She leaving the door open. Something ain't right with that, right? So I go and immediately go right, push the door, lock it, turn around, and now I'm walking behind her. She's a friend of me. She's walking to the kitchen because the living room was kind of big, right? So now I'm behind her. So I walk into the kitchen. She don't know the door is locked. Oh, she has no idea what she's dealing with, right? She don't know the door locked and I'm on you with this drink. Wrong. You didn't bump your head. So I'm in the kitchen. I'm admiring all this stuff and I'm watching her. So she's pouring the vodka in the thing and I see her look up at me. And when she look up at me, she see me looking at her. And she says, "You don't want to go sit and I bring you drink?" I said, "No, mama." So I walked over to her, right? I swear, I'm so crazy. I'm stupio, really stupio. So I walked over to her and I walk over to her and she's standing there and so she's only like, she's probably like 5'2", right? And petite, right? So she's probably 5'2". She may weigh maybe 110 pounds or something like that. But everything is in the right spots, right? So she has a nice big set of boobs. She got a hip. She got thick, strong legs. But everything is petite and packed and compact and small and tight, right? And so she's kind of little and petite, and I'm like 6'1", right? I'm not as big as I am now, but I still had a little size, right? I'm probably like 190, probably 200 pounds, right? So I walk up to her, and she's like, "You sure you don't want to seat and I bring you?" I said, "No, I'm good." So I walk up behind her and she's standing there and I walk up on her. You know how you walk up behind a woman and my presence. Now I didn't push my body against her, but it's like I'm over her, right? And I'm standing over her and she look up and I'm right there, right? And I'm like, I said, "Mama, you gonna drink?" She says, "No, no, 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 I don't drink." I said, "No, yes, yes, you drink." She said, "No, no, no." I said, "Yes, yes, yes." I said, "Where the cup? Where the glass?" She says, "Glass there, but no drink." "Yes, drink." So now I'm over her. I open the cabinet and I grab a glass and I put it down. And she says, "No, no, no, me no drink, you drink." I said, "Oh, yes, yes, yes." You drink, me drink. We both drink. And she like, so she grabbed the liquor, so she poured mine, right? So she said, "No, no. Do you want vodka, orange juice, Coke? What? I said, no, orange juice. Yeah. Gin and juice, right? I'm thinking Snoop Dogg. 'Cause I don't really drink, right? I don't even want to drink. I don't drink. I really don't drink. I drink if I go out to a club or something, right? But I'm like, okay. So I'm like, yeah, juice. She said, orange juice. I said, yeah, orange juice. She said, I said, in the refrigerator? She said, yeah. So I go to the refrigerator and I open it up and it's mad food in there, beautiful refrigerator. I pull out the orange juice, right? I walk back to her. Now she already got my liquor in the glass, right? Then the other glass is there. So I take the orange juice. She said, okay, how much? I said, I'll do it. So I pour the juice in it. And she said, that's strong. I said, yeah. I want a buzz. And I said, I plan on enjoying myself. And she looked at me, right? And I'm like, now I'm messing with her, just so y'all know. I'm messing with her. Because something, I don't know, something ain't right, right? This stuff, something wrong. Leaving the front door open, you trying to make me a drink and all this stuff. Something ain't right, right? But I'm messing with her, right? And I'm stupid too, just so y'all know. This is the worst thing I could be doing. But I was kind of still crazy. I'm a lot more, I'm not as crazy as that now, right? So what I mean by that, I mean like play with your life. You don't care. So I so I make the drink. So I said, okay, I'm gonna put a little more. I put more orange juice, and then I take the little thing. She had a little stirrer. I stir the thing, right? And then I take the vodka and I pour it into this glass, right? And she says, no, I don't want. I say, yes, you drink. She said, no, you drink. I said, no, we drink. So I poured in there. I said, you want orange juice? She said, no, I don't want. I said, yes, we drink. So I took the orange juice and I poured it in, right? And I made it like mine and I stirred it, right? And then I took that one, the one that I just made, I took that one and I took it and she said, no, this your drink. I said, no, that's your drink. And she said, no, I don't want drink. I said, no, that's your drink. This is my drink. And I grabbed the drink. I grabbed my drink with this hand and I grabbed her drink with this hand. I said, come on, baby, let's go. And she looked at me, I was like, come on. And I started walking. And she started walking and I could see her, right? Right? Because I didn't leave her. I made her kind of walk with me. And I'm looking at her and I could tell she's off her guard. She's off kilter, right? I got her off her element, right? So she walked in, she like confused. I said, come on, let's sit down. So we sit to the couch, right? And she's looking. I said, you okay? She says, yes, you're just different. I said, what do you mean I'm different? She said, when I asked, you're very different. You're very different. I said, different from who? I said, different from other guys you date? She says, yes, something very different about you. I said, okay, that's a good thing. I'm not supposed to be like everyone else. She said, yes, that's a good thing. So I said, come on, have a seat. So we sat down. So I pulled the little end tables, right? Pulled the end table, sat in front of us, and I put the drinks there. And we sat down. So she sat down, and now she's looking at me, but she's looking at me with like an inquisitive look. Like the energy is different. She's looking at me like this. You know how you're like, like trying to figure you out, right? And that's one thing that if you get a woman, you get them in a mystery zone, inquisitive, you catch their interest. Yeah, she way off script. I really damaged her script, right? So she sits down and she's to this side, I'm on this side. And she looks at me, she's sad when she's looking at me. I said, Mama, why are you looking at me like that? She said, you're very different. I said, I am very different. So then I said, you're gonna take a drink? She said, no, I don't drink. And I said, well, if you're not going to drink, I'm not going to drink. She said, you don't want to drink to relax? I said, no, I'm relaxed. If you drink, I drink. You don't drink, I don't drink. She said, very good. I said, okay. So I took the table and I moved it back a little. And I sat back, right? I sat back in thug mode, right? I'm controlling, like I took the reins, right? So I sat back like, right? And so she looking at me and she kept, I'm like, now I know that look. I know the look in a woman when you got their intrigue. I know the look of a woman when she's intrigued, right? So I sat back and I could see her looking at me. So I said, I know that look. And then she smiled. I said, look at you. Oh, you blushing. And then she smiled and started. And I said, you blushed. She said, no, stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like, uh-huh. You blushing. I said, what? You're so different. You're different. I said, okay, that's a good thing. So then she looked and she go, you closed the door? I said, yes. She says, no, you don't close the door. I said, yes. I closed the door. And she says, no. And she got up. And when she got up, I grabbed her arm. He said, no, I unlocked the door. I opened the door. I said, no. I said, come here, mama. Come, sit down. So she sit down. I said, listen, we talk, right? We talk. I said, we get to know you. I get to know you, get to know me. I said, talk to me. What's going on? You don't leave door open. I'm from New York City, I told you. We don't leave door open. You have a nice, she said, no, nothing. I said, the door will stay locked. It's locked. Let's talk. And I said, come, sit down. And she sat down. So then she looking at me. So I said, how did you get to this country? And I said, no, I really want to know. I grabbed her hand. I said, I want to know you. How did you get to this country? What happened to you? And she said, what do you mean, what happened to me? I could just tell, guys, in spirit. I could tell something happened. I said, no, listen, look at my eyes. What happened? What happened to you? And she looked. I said, it's okay. I said, I grew up in the projects in New York City, and my mom left. My dad had another wife left. I grew up with crack, guns. I've seen the lowest of the low. My life could have been gone any time. I've been hungry. And I started to just explain some of my story. And she's just looking at me. And as we sitting there, I just started to explain some of my life. And I could see her like warming up. Like I could see her defenses going down. And I'm explaining things. And I remember one time I'm talking and she, okay, that's right. I remember she touched my hand because I'm telling stories of trauma, because I sense in her some serious trauma, like something really dark. And she touched my hand as I'm talking, like a consoling. And I'm talking. And so then I stopped and I said, now tell me your story. And she says, you don't want to hear my story. I said, yes, I do. I said, I want to know you, who you are. I want to know you. She said, nobody care. This is America. No one really care. I said, no, I care. I share some of my story because I want to know your story. And I said, what happened? You were a little girl. Where did you grow up? And I said, okay, come, go ahead. And she started to speak. And she told me she a little girl growing up in Eastern Europe, like this country, like Ukraine, not Ukraine, but some Kazakhstan or something like that, right? Some Russian country or something like that. And the war and the people, and her dad was killed in the war, and she was taken hostage as a little girl, and then and the like the mafia families type of thing. And as she's starting to tell, as I do in ministry, I know the right things to say. And I know that my spirit, she could feel that it's not fake, the compassion, because spirits are transferred, it's spiritual, it's energy. And I know that she can feel because I'm delving and asking. And I ask about her dad and her mom, and she's sharing, and she starts crying. And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay, mama. I'm like, when the last time you talked to someone? And when did you talk to someone? And she said, where I'm from, we don't talk. Your pain, it stays inside. There's no like counseling. She's from a war-torn country, like, and I'm like, and she said, no, that's enough. You don't need to know. You don't want to know, ma. I said, yes, yes, yes. No. Share. And she said, that's enough. And so I started talking again, telling her some of my upbringing. And she looking. I said, now your turn. And then she starts sharing. And she's telling me the most crazy story of her being kidnapped as a little girl and them taking her out of school, and her, having to, do these crimes in these families in this country that they have to. And I'm like, so as she's expressing, she's cry, I wipe her tears, I hug her, we talking, and we're talking for a while. Then she like, I'm thirsty. You thirsty? I said, yeah, I am thirsty. She said, I know you don't want that drink, right? I said, no, I don't want that. So she says, I'm gonna go get us something to drink. So I said, okay. So she get up and she starts to walk to the kitchen, and she turns and grabs my hand. And she says, come with me. I want you to see me make your drink. And I laughed. And she knew we were here. And we started walking to the kitchen. And she looked at me. And she says, I really like you. You're different. I said, you cool too, dude. I said, I was feeling her too. I'm like, you pretty cool, dude. So we get to the kitchen, and she opened the refrigerator. We both stand and said, what you want? We got juice, we got this, we got that. And I'm like, I think she had cranberry juice. I'm like, I want that. So she make it. She said, I'm gonna have this. You ever have this? I said, no, I don't want that. Some Russian type of Eastern European. I'm like, it's good. I'm like, I don't want that. I don't do all that. So she poured my cranberry juice, right? And she poured hers. She says, you want to try? I'm like, no. And then she see me looking at the juice, and she look at me, and she grabbed the juice, and she goes, and she drink it, and she opened her mouth. And I laughed. She said, okay. I said, okay. And I take the juice, and then she grabbed hers, and we go back to the living room. Now we sit down. Now she mad comfortable. So now she sit down. She cross her legs. She kind of lean into me. We sit down, and she says, "Tell me more of your life." And so I start sharing, and then I start asking her more of hers, right? And now she's laughing. We talking about, I said, she's telling me stories about how she had to trick men and how she fell in love one time. She had one love of her life, but he got killed in a war, like the mafia type of people in Siberia or something, wherever, I forgot the name of Kazakhstan or whatever. They came and they killed him, and she cried, and she really never really had another love after that. That was her only one that she gave herself to, and how sometimes they would rape the women and sell them into human trafficking and all. She's telling me the crazy stuff. I'm telling her my upbringing, how they flood crack into the ghettos of New York City, because she want to know about the black experience and how they hear about black people, but in her country they look at black people different. I remember this part. She said, "In my country, we have black gods, black idols." She said, "We know in America, they look at the black as low." She says, "But not where I'm from. Where I'm from, we pray to the black saints." And I said, "So that's why you're okay with me?" Because there was no racism. I didn't feel any type of racism, just so you know. And she says, "Yes." She says, "We don't see black people as lower, like America." So I said, "Okay, that's interesting." And I think I did know about the black icons and stuff, but whatever. So anyway, whatever, right? Whatever. Take that with a grain of salt too. So anyway, so she's laughing and joking, and she's telling me about her upbringing, her ghetto, and I'm telling her about my ghetto. I'm telling her about the projects and this and life, like I tell the stories. So now we've been talking for like an hour or something, right? We've been going for a minute, right? She's mad relaxed. She all on me, and she looking at me. She didn't wipe my face and everything. And I'm looking at her, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm definitely about to smash this. Just to let y'all know. Just what my mind state was. I'm not promoting it, but y'all know this channel is transparency. And this is 2012, so I'm not me now. So I'm looking, and guys, a man and woman, once y'all on the same wavelength, and she feeling you and you feeling her, and you laughing and she touching on you, and and I know I got that energy odd thing where I look at you, it's a certain, she like, "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't look at me like that." When they get, "Don't look at me like that," because that means you turning them on. And I put it on even more, and I'm looking at her like, mm-hmm. She like, "Oh, you naughty, you naughty." I'm like, "Oh yeah, this gonna be fun." Right? That's what I'm thinking, right? I'm in my sin. Just so y'all know, I'm all in sin. I don't believe none of that now, right? So we getting along, right? And we all, the energy is already like we both about to have a good time, right? I could already see, right? So all of a sudden, her phone rings. Now we so into one another that time, I don't know, it's probably been like an hour and a half, 2 hours or something or whatever, right? We are just, she laughing and joking and touching on me, and I'm touching on, like, we having a good time. And then her phone rings. And her phone, when it rings, she jumps. Her phone rings and she goes, and this fright comes over her face. And when her phone rings and she jumped, her energy shifted. And I catch everything. And I look, and I'm like, "God, that energy." And she was like, she looking at the phone, and she looked at me. And I'm like, looking at her, and she's like, and I'm like, "You gonna answer it?" And she's like, I said, what's wrong, mama? She said, nothing, nothing. I'm like, what is wrong? And I grab her arm because now I know her. Once I broke down, we didn't told I know her whole upbringing. I even know, she even told me how she came to America, how she met she came here by her ex who drives the airplanes. He was driving because he's a pilot. He was into some illegal stuff in that country, and some mafia, Serbia, what's those other dudes, those mafias they be having in New York, like these Serbians and these, so she was like, she met him and he was black. So the dude who brought her here, the pilot, is a black man. And she showed me a picture of him. So she said, this is him. And he had his whole pilot uniform on. He was black. And she said he grew up in the hood somewhere like New Orleans or New Orleans or something like that. So she done told me stuff she ain't. I done got this girl comfortable. I done got through the wall. All right? Outside of she off script 100%. Now, and I also got her feeling me. You heard? I done touched her. I know who this girl is. I done got to the little girl inside. And I done told her mine, so she comfortable, right? So she told me about, I can't remember verbatim, but she's in the country because they're paying off like a debt, right? And they furnished this thing. And that's what I got to that. Because I'm like, so now I done chipped all of it away. So I'm like, who furnished? She said, they paid all this. She said, there's no, I said, I know, bro. This stuff is $1 million stuff. She said, this couch costs like $80,000. This end table costs $100,000. The molding, I said, I know stuff. When I'm like, she's like, I can't afford none of this stuff. She said, I could never afford this stuff. So I was like, how do they get this? And she don't want to tell me. Like, so she don't want to, she's not snitching on what they're doing, but she's letting me know stuff. So she was like, they make a lot of money. So she says the reason why the pilot, her ex, she said he spend all the money on the stuff in the apartment because he wants me to comfortable to stay, because they know I want to go back to Uzbekistan or wherever she's from, right? So she's like, he making it so comfortable. He's giving me all the comforts of a palace from home just so I can stay and continue to work. And so I'm like, what work do you do for them? And she said, I can't tell you that. And I'm like, all right, I ain't asking you to snitch. I said, so is it drugs in here? She said, no drugs. I'm like, listen, mama, if there's drugs in here, let me know. Because I told her, I just came beating a 25 to life. I can't, if it's drugs, let me know so that I know what's in. She says, no drugs, no drugs. So I'm like, what is it? And she says, I can't tell you. You from the street, you know. If they know, if I tell you and I get something happen, you know what happened to me. Now, everything, guys, I should have been out the door, right or wrong. I should have been gone the minute that I knew that something ain't right. But this is the Foolio stuff. Number one, I'm still kind of crazy meaning from the streets, meaning not scared to die, used to be in the scenarios. That's one instance of why I didn't just turn around and walk out the minute she left the door open and try to give me, like I knew. But the other instance is that she looked so good. Now, this is the stupio stuff. This is where men get in trouble. This is how they get men. Number one, she looks so good that I'm like, it's hard for a man to leave that. It's like This how they attract you to flies. This how they, you know, how they get a bear trap. They put the food in the trap, and even though it's a trap, you still try to get the food out before you get caught in the snare. Yeah, it's a matrix. Okay? And I know I should have been gone, my street instincts. But it's that thing of me trying to get the treat out of the trap before the trap clamps shut. So I'm playing with my life, but again, I'm still like I just fresh home for like I'm still out that life where I can play with death. That's what I'm doing. And I know that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm painting y'all a scenario. I know. So she's like, you know, I can't tell you what it is because you know what'll happen to me. That means they'll kill you. So that means she's dealing with some Russian, Siberian, whatever, mobster stuff that then got her into this country. They dealing with, they got a pilot who's a black person. All that. I should be gone. But I'm playing with death, literally. This crazy, I know what guys, I'm telling you, I remember looking at her and her looking at me, and we both know that we're both, but we want each other. Like it's sick, it's twisted. So she's like, she turned flush cold when the phone rang. Like all the life left from her face. And she's looking, I'm like, answer it. And she's like, I got to. I said, I know you do. Answer it. So she answered the phone. And she goes like this. So she pick up the phone and she goes, la 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 la. I can hear them. La 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 la. And she like, la 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 la. And I can hear him. La 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 la, like a deep voice. La, 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 la. And she look at me and she like, and I like, right? Because I want to know what she's saying. And she's like, so she's speaking her language, la, 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 right? And he's like, and she like, la, 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 like, and he's like, la, 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 like he's giving her commands, and she like, la, la. And then she goes, and I goes, speak English. And she goes, yes, I'm going to go through with it. And then he goes, la, 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 la. And then she says, yes, give me time. He's not the same. And then he starts speaking English. Right? He's like, what do you mean he's not the same? They are the same. She says, no, he's different. He's no different. And she says, yes, he's different. And then he goes, starts speaking the language again. And then she goes, I'm going to do it, but just wait, not yet. He's sharp. He's sharp. He didn't take the drink. No, he didn't drink it. He wanted me to drink too. And then he goes, da, 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 da. Then she goes, but I don't want to drink. I don't drink. And he goes, da, 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 da. And she's like, okay, I'll take the drink if he want me to drink. Yes, but he took my glass, right? And I'm like, I'm listening to this, right? And I'm like, and she's like, yes, we've been talking the whole time. And he's like, da, 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 da. She said, okay, I'll get him to take the drink. Okay, all right. Just wait, not yet. He closed the door. He locked it. And she's like, I can't open it. He won't. He's from the streets. He's from the projects. She said, he's from New York. He's from the projects. He's not. He will. If I unlock the door, he's gonna leave. And he like, no. She said, okay, just call. Yes, call back. Give me a half an hour. Right? So then she said, okay. Yes. I'm doing it. Call me back in a half an hour. And then she goes, "La, la, 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 la." He goes, "La, la, la," and they talk the language, right? And I'm listening. So now I'm trying to see through her talking the language whether all that was game, what she was trying to let me know in English. And I'm listening. But I can tell from her inflections as she's speaking the language, she's saying, she's like, "La, la, 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 la." And it's kind of like I can, without understanding the language, I could feel her like, no, he's different. And okay, the same energy. So then she says, "Da, da, 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 oh, da, da," and then they hang up. Boom. And I'm like, and she turned around and she looked at me. And I'm like, and I grab her hand and I say, "So what's next?" And she like, "You're crazy." Literally. She says, "You're crazy." So I said, "What you mean?" She said, "Why do I think you know what's going on?" I said, "Because I do." She said, I said, "Are you scared?" She said, "You crazy." And you know, that crazy was like, I'm turning her on. I already know what I'm doing. It's like I'm hitting all the switch. And I am stupid. This is the most stupidest thing that anyone could ever do in life as I play this back. So I know that that's turning her on, right? Because she looked at me like, and she just kind of melts a little. So I said, "So what do they want? What do they want you to do?" I said, she said, "They want me to make you drink." I said, "So what's in the drink?" She said, "They want you to go to sleep." So I said, "Go to sleep for what?" So I'm like, "So what do you want?" She says, "I got to do what they want." I said, "So you're going to put me to sleep?" And she like, "Are you going to take a drink?" I said, "No." She says, "So why don't you just leave?" And I said, "Because I want to be with you." And she said, "You crazy." I said, "Well, you are too. You the one doing it too." And she says, "You are bad." I said, "So when are they gonna call back?" She said, "They're gonna call back in a half an hour." I said, "Then what?" I said, they're gonna want to know when it's time, when I'm done." So I was like, "So we got time." And she was like, "You are crazy." And then the phone rang. The phone rang. And she like, I said, "They call back?" And she like, I like answer it. And she looked at it and she like, "Oh, it's him." I like, "Who?" She's like, "It's my ex." So I said, "What?" She said, "They must have told him." And she said, "I gotta answer this." I said, "Go ahead." So she answered the phone, and then I could hear the dude. Now, I didn't see the picture of the dude, black dude. So I hear him like, "Yo, what the hell are you doing?" And she's like, "What do you mean? What am I doing?" He said, "They called me and told me that you over there, you supposed to be handling your business, and you talking about somebody special." So I laughed, right? So she said, "You talking about somebody special, right?" So I'm like, and she looked at me and she said, "No, no." He said, "What are you doing? You know what the game is. What special? What, you feeling somebody? What, you feeling this dude?" She said, "No, no, no. He's just not like the rest." "What do you mean he not like the rest?" "Oh, what, you feeling him?" She said, "Listen, he's just not like the rest. He's from the streets, like you were from the streets." "Oh, so you feeling this dude, huh? So what? So what? You want? Oh, you don't have me." He's like, "Don't have me take my stuff back. Don't have me cut your money off." She said, "Oh, so she's like, so now they having a whole spat on the phone." She even like, she kind of, you know how somebody forget you there, and they like, she like, oh, so now you care who I like. You didn't care when Keisha or so, she they having a she literally don't forget maybe I'm there. So they going back and forth, right? And he pissed. He like, so what he look like? She like, well, he got locks. He's 6'1". He got muscles. Oh, that's your type. He got muscles. She said, well, what's your type? Wasn't Roberta? Roberta with the big butt? You didn't care. Well, and he like, listen, you need to just do the work that you need to do the work. I'm taking all the money back. Wait till I fly back in. I'll be in the morning. Oh, you coming in the morning? Oh, what, you gonna come here now? Any other time I want you to come here, you don't come here. Now that you think that I'm interested in somebody, now you want to come? You're like, yeah, I'm coming. I'll be there. I'll be there in the morning. I'm going to see him myself. I'm going to take care of this myself. And she was like, oh, she's like, okay, well, I'm about to hang up because I got to get back to work. He's like, you better handle it. You better put him to sleep. I'll be there in the morning. I'm going to handle him myself. And then she finished up, said, okay, well, I'm going, bye. You didn't care before, bye. And then she hung up and she looked and I said, so that's the pilot. She said, yeah, he got the nerve. Now he want to be jealous. I said, okay. So I said, so y'all really did? She said, yes, that was my man. She said, he told me he was going to marry me. He gave me all this he promised me all this life. He brought me into this organization thing, right? To get me out of the country, to bring me here and tell me he's going to marry me. And then when we got here, he ended up leaving me in the apartment while he go out and be out. When he'll go on the plane and then come back and won't let me know that he back. And he been I find some other girl number in the phone and I call the girl and the black girl, they want to beat me up and I'll fight. I'm from Russia. I'm from Uzbekistan, right? She's like, I'll fight. He basically like, I'll fight Keisha. I'm from the ghetto too, right? So I'm like, so she telling me all this stuff, right? So she like, nah, he want to act like he jealous and stuff and all that stuff. So I'm like, all right, so what we gonna do? She was like, so what you going to do? Are you going to leave? I think you should leave. It's not safe. I said, man, forget them. The other ones, they're going to call back when? She said, about a half an hour. So I said, come on, let's go. So I grabbed her arm. She's like, what are we doing? Where we going? I said, come on. And I picked her up and I stood up and she said, what are you doing? And I said, where your room? She's over there. So I said, come here. And I grabbed her by her back and her arm and carried, because she's petite. And I picked her up. She's like, what are you doing? I said, come on, where your room? And she said, you are crazy. And we go to the room. And I take a hold and I open the door. And when I open the door, it's a doggone palace in the room. It's a palace. I open the door. I like to drop her. I open the door. I said, damn, what is going on in this room? I mean, this girl got a literal palace in the room. She's like, she says he want to cheat and he want me to stay. She says, so what I did, I made him spend all his money. I said, you are a trip. I went and I dropped her on her bed, right? And I dropped on the bed because I want to look around. It's so much nice stuff in there. I was like, yo, this is insane. Look at this. She said, look at this. I made him buy that. This cost $10,000. Look, I made him buy me this for Valentine's Day. Because she said, I made him pay for everything. He want to cheat on me. He ain't marrying me one day. Guess what? I made him pay everything. So that's when I first saw the vacuum cleaner. The one that costs like $2,000, I forgot what it's called. Y'all know that vacuum cleaner, the one that the rich white people get. So she was like, you see that vacuum cleaner? That vacuum cleaner costs $3,000. And so I said, vacuum cleaner costs no. She said, yes, it do. Go look it up when you get home. Look it up. It costs $3,000. I said, my goodness, this girl palace is this girl made this thing is insane. I still to this day never seen nothing this rich. So now she on the bed. So I'm like, all right, we got like 25 minutes. So she like, so what are you gonna do? I said, you's going down. And she won it. So Dyson. It's a Dyson. That's the one. It's the most expensive Dyson. This is 2012. It was the most expensive Dyson. It was like, not Kirby, the Dyson. It was like $2,000, $3,000 for it. Right? So that's when I first time I even knew what a Dyson was. That's how I found out. So I, not to go into no detail, right? So I take her clothes off and, not to, just ain't about that. And I put it down, right? Now, because of the danger, because of all of the heightened energy, y'all know it was next level. So, let's just say I told her, not to, sorry, I don't want to do TMI, but it was a amusement park, right? And the amusement park went on for a while, right? It went on to the point where she was like, what is happening? Like, what? It was just like, and it was funny because we was going, I tore that girl up. And to the point where the phone rung, like the people call it. And that's how long we've been going. All right. So remember, we had 25 minutes. So 25 minutes, I got this girl practically hanging from the ceiling. Right? I got her it's like she don't know what to do. Right? So the phone ring and and I'm like, okay, I know she got to answer that call. Right? So I stopped, but she is totally discombobulated. Y'all know, for those who ever been there, y'all know, sisters, y'all know what I'm talking about. When a dude discombobulates you, you know what I'm talking about. That Stella got a groove back type of thing. You know what I mean? So she's like, she can't even, you know how you shaking your leg, your arm, and she can't even function. She like, I don't even know. I can't answer the phone. I'm like, you gotta answer the phone. She's like, what did you do to me? And I'm like, answer the phone. And she like, so she go to, I'm like, all right, come here. I have to calm her down. I'm like, calm down. You can't calm. So I calm her down. So she answered the phone. So she like, she's talking a language, and I hear the same dude like, right? And I'm like, English, talk English. So she started talking English, right? I need to know what you're saying. So the dude is like, she like, yes, we in the room. Like, you got to give it time. I'm going to need this. She said, this is going to take a minute. He's not stupid. So I need all night in the morning. Like, I will let y'all know when he's asleep. I'll go and I'll unlock the door and you could come in. Right? And so I'm like, okay, right? So I'm like, I'm listening, and they like, and she's like, and then she's like, yes, he called me. Okay, that's what I was saying. So he's gonna be here in the morning. Yeah, he told me he was gonna do it himself. So I guess he gonna handle me. I guess this dude, the black dude, is the pilot, is pissed that she feeling me, so I guess he gonna cut me open himself or something. I don't know what they planning yet, right? I don't know what's going on, right? But I can read between lines, right? So I guess he pissed. So she like, yeah, he told me he gonna come in the morning, he gonna do himself. So yes, that's what I was saying. So then don't call back. It's gonna take time, but we're in the room, right? No, he's in the room. He's in the room. Right? Because they don't know that I'm listening. They don't know that I gotta open, right? So I guess they think she's in the bathroom or so. She's like, he's in the room, right? They don't know that I got her speaking English so I can hear her. So then he like, yes, yes, I'll call you. So I'll call you. Once I get him sleep, I'm going to open the door. I'm going to call you, then I'll open the door. All right? So then she hang up. So she hang up and she turns around and she look at me and she says, you know what's going on? And you still here? And I said, I ain't scared. And she's like, you crazy. And I'm like, come on. I, I don't know what it was. It just is what it was. That just happened. It don't always happen like that, but it did this time. I don't know what it was. Maybe it's the danger of dying and something. But I was like, come on. She's like, again? I'm like, yup, again. And we went again. Now, this is the funny part. So we went again. Now we went for another long time. Now she tore up. She looked funny. She crazy. She laughing. She had a good time. She looking all crazy. She like, you got me looking all crazy, pulling all on my hair. Y'all know when y'all had to go, you're pulling the hair and all that type of stuff, right? So she like, oh my God, she looking at him. I'm like, girl, don't worry about your hair. So then now she like, you hungry? I'm hungry. So we went to the kitchen. We made some little bagels or something, little thing. We come back to the room. We ate the stuff. She like, you are so crazy. And then I like, well, I ain't that crazy because we got to go again. So we went again. She like, oh my goodness. So we went again. Now this is the funny part. We went again. And no, before we went again, she said, don't go to sleep. And I'm like, what? She said, matter of fact, you can go to sleep. You could go to sleep. I said, I could go to sleep. She says, yeah, you could go to sleep. I'll wake you up. And that, to this day, that part threw me off. I was like, you sure? She said, yes. She said, if you fall asleep, I'll wake you up before. I said, so if I fall asleep, you're going to wake me up before they come? She said, yes. But I didn't trust that. And honestly, I don't know. That threw me off. Because first she said, don't go to sleep. Then she said, if you fall asleep. So I just remember that I was thinking, well, I'm about to enjoy a part of this. And so that's when we started again. I said, come on. We started again. Then I remember it was so funny because when we finished, she was looking, she couldn't even keep her eyes open. It was the funniest thing in the world. She was like, are you going to sleep? I said, nope, I'm wide awake. She was like, I can't keep my eyes. I said, go to sleep. She said, you go to sleep with me. I said, all right, I'm going to sleep with you. So she said, can you hold me? And I said, come on. So we laid down and she knocked out. She literally knocked out. I put that girl to sleep. I literally knocked her out. She was out. I'm talking about out, out, out. So I ain't go to sleep. She bumped your head. I ain't going to sleep. So I got up and I moved quietly first. And I'm like, Mama, Mama. And she out. And I shook her and she was out. I'd have put this girl in a coma. Literally, I'd have put that girl in a coma. I, I'm like, play, baby, play, right? I'm like, so I'm like, she out. So I got up and I'm looking around the room and she out. I keep checking on her. She knocked out. So I open a drawer and I'm looking. I look through. So I seen the dude's, some of his paperwork, the pilot. So the pilot dude. So I'm seeing his paperwork and I'm sitting there and I'm like, so this dude is a pilot. And I'm like, so I was like, so they probably, they're either going to kidnap me and sell me for human trafficking, because they do that. They'll sell men for human trafficking and men are raped, like, or they're gonna steal my organs. Like they're going to, and I started looking through the drawers. I went to another dresser and I'm looking through the drawers and I literally see a paper. And on the paper, I see writing and then I see prices. And I really couldn't understand the writing, but I could see the amount, the numbers, they had like English prices. And I'm like, and I'm like, these are probably organs. And I look at her and I look at the room and I look at everything. And now I know the Raya Kakwadesh, my spirit was like, you need to go. And I was like, and I looked and for the first time, I felt danger. I felt danger. And I was like, and it was like, go now. And I looked at her, she knocked out, practically snoring. You know, they be knocked out, their mouth open. And I went and I grabbed my pants. At first I had to grab my underwear, grab my pants, grab my this. I'm looking for my sneaker over here, you know. And I'm like, I grabbed my sneakers, I grabbed everything. I put all my stuff on, right? I looked at her, she knocked out. I looked at the phone, I walked out the room. I looked at the living room, all this million. It's like everything started to play. Like this is the trap. Like this is the place they set her up to be so she could be comfortable with all this rich stuff. They spent millions in this apartment. That's another thing she told me. She said, it's a condo. They bought the condo because I said, how were they able to? She said, no, this ain't an apartment because it looked like an apartment. She said, this is a condo. So we own this. So that's why they're able to, they put cabinets in. They like got they got $1 million stuff in this little apartment, the floors, the kitchen. I'm like, just the amount of money is insane. She said, they want me to be comfortable. So I'm looking around, I'm looking at all the stuff, and I'm like, my spirit's like, they coming. And I'm like, and I look back at the room again at her, she knocked out. And I walked to the front, to the door. I unlock the door, I open it, and I feel danger, like I could feel danger. I open the door, and I see the outside and the bed, and I can see my car down there, and I see the railing. I open the door, and then I go out and I close the door. And I'm outside. And because I'm outside, I literally feel a relief. Like I escaped a prison. I felt it in my spirit. Like everything now is spiritual and it's heavy on me. It's really heavy. So when I opened the door, even when I saw the outside and the railing and the car down there, I felt a relief. And then when I closed it and I was outside, it was like an exhale. And so then it was like, go. And I started walking. And I went to the elevator, and the spirit said, go. And I looked, and the staircase was a little down from it. And the spirit said, go. And I turned and I went I went to walk. So the staircase, the elevator was here, the staircase was down a little before we get to our apartment, down. So I started walking back towards our apartment, and I'm walking, and I could just feel in the spirit like, go now, go now. And I get to the staircase, and it had a door where you open it. And I open the door, and I hear, beep. And I look, and two big, it looked like straight out of movie, Russian looking, Abyssinian, whatever looking Siberian dudes come out with a suit and tie. Big dudes, big. Two of them. They walk out. It go bing, and they walk out. And I'm at the door for the stairway. I was opening it and said bing, and I look, and they walk out. And when they walk out, I look at them. I'm like, and they turn and they look at me. And both of them look at me. They look at me. I look at them. And I'm like, and they look. And I say, and we both could see one another. To me, they was like, that's him. And to me, I was like, oh, they were huge, bro. Straight out of a movie. They were big. And I was like, and you know how you know those ones who human traffic people and all, they got no life in their eyes. They're dead, like they're killers. They were killers, like there was no life. They were like, and I was like, and I hit the door, poof, pushed it open, and and as soon as I pushed it open, they took off. And I took off. Vroom, down the stairs. So I took off. You know, I'm from the streets. I'm fast. I took off. Vroom, down the street, down the stairs. And when I got, luckily it's only one flight. When I got to the bottom, I could hear the door open again. Boom! The door open. So I got to the bottom, and then I ran out. I ran out from the little thing. When you come out the stairs, you ran out. It's a parking lot, but it's late. It's probably like 4 or 5 in the morning, but it's still dark and everything is quiet. So I get out into like the street part, like, so it's like there's nobody out, but it's a line of cars where people park, and then there's like grass on the other side. And so when I get out, I get out and I look, and the one of them on the top is standing on the top of the rail, and he's looking at me, and I look at him, and he's just looking at me, and so I back up, and I go boop, boop, to my car, and I go to my car, and when I go to my car, I grab the door, I open it, and then the other one that came down the stairs, he got to the bottom. And he got to the bottom, I was at my car, and the door was open. I'm away from him. And he stopped, and he was looking at me. And I looked at the other dude, and he's just standing there looking at me. And I looked at him, and I was like, y'all blue. They had me. If now I know the Rayak, the spirit, what they call the Holy Spirit, if that spirit, what I thought was just my intuition, whatever told me to go now, or if I would have fell asleep, or if I wouldn't have put her to sleep and we would have stayed talking and up, because if I wouldn't have put her to sleep, I would have still been enjoying her company. We'd have been talking or something. I would have still been in there. They told her on the phone that they were going to wait till the morning and come until he comes, the dude, the pilot dude. But remember that I put all this together later. That pilot dude worked for them. They use him too. So they told her, okay, we're going to wait for the morning. This is what I put together later. They wasn't waiting for the morning. They knew. I guess they put together, this dude is street smart. She like him, so he's probably smashing her. We're going to catch him. We're going to catch him with his pants down. We're going to catch him. They probably put together, she's trying to buy time because she's enjoying this dude. They think we coming tomorrow. But my spirit said, go now. Literally said, go now. And then it was like, now. So I looked at her, she was sleeping. I was like, find your underwear, find your pants, find your, now. And then as I started to get dressed, the urgency was more, I could feel it heavy on my spirit. It was like, now. And I just rushed and I got out. Like I left and I looked back at her in the room and it was like, go now. And I went to the door and opened it. And when I opened it, Shalom, Victorious Ron, when I opened it and I saw the car and I saw the railing, it was like, when I saw the outside, it was a relief. I felt like a, and then when I closed the door, it was like I escaped death. Like inside, it was like my spirit knew that what would have happened to me inside, I'm outside now. And it was like, go now. And I headed to the elevator and it was like, no, go now. Like, go down the stairs. And I headed to the stairs. And right when I grabbed the handle, the door, the elevator, bing, and they came out. So now I'm downstairs and I'm at my car and the car is open. The one dude's up there, the other dude's down there. The one that was up there, he gets on his phone and he's like, and he's like, yeah. And he's like, shit. And he looks, he says, shit, you come. And I said, sorry. I put up. I said, and then the dude that was at the bottom, he was like, and he started to take a step. I jumped in the car because I had the door open. I jumped in the car and it's a push start. I boom, and I stopped the car. I locked the door and rolled the window down and I pulled. I got out because it was not even, I wasn't even like parked in. The parking spaces, it was along the side of the grass, but it was space in between. So I didn't even have to inch in and out. And I pulled the car out of the space into, and he was coming across and he stopped once I got the car because he knew he couldn't. And I looked at him and I said, you're too slow. You're too slow, mother effers. And he looked at me. They looked at me like, you are a lucky igger. You are one lucky igger. And I just pulled off. And I pulled. And what I did was I pulled further up away from the dude. And I pulled and I stopped the car further up. And I was closer to where her door was. I stopped. And when I stopped, the one on the phone on the top, he was still on the phone and he looking at me, and the other dude went back in. He went in and got in the elevator to go up. And then all of a sudden, from this end, I see like 4 dudes with suits walking, or up on the second tier thing. They walking, and he on the phone, and he search, and then he pointed like that's him, and I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. And then all of a sudden, so I stopped the car. So I stopped the car and I opened the door. And I opened the door and I looking up and I'm like, and he's like pointing, and I'm like, and the other dude's looking and they're like, you stay there. You stay there. I was like, I ain't staying nowhere. I'm like, so what was y'all gonna do to me? What was y'all gonna do to me? I said, what's this address? Well, I got the address. I got the address. And then her door opened. Her door opened and she came out. And when she came out, she had a robe on. And she came out and she stood in the door and she looked at me. And when she looked at me, the dude over here, he said, "Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da." And then she said, "Da-da-da-da-da," to him. And then she walked to the rail. And when she walked to the rail, I'm looking at him. I'm thinking he told her to tell me something. So she walked to the rail. And when she looked at the rail, she looked at me and he said, "Da-da-da." And then the other dude from down there, they yelled at her. And she said something to him. She said something to him. And she had a robe, a thing on, covering herself. And she looked at me. And I'm looking at her. And I'm looking at her like, and she did like this. And then they yelled something to her. And she yelled at them. Something back. And I looked at her. And I know she meant go. I know what that meant. She meant go. And I got in the car, closed the door. My window's already cracked. And I'm looking now. The other ones came up to her. She got the thing on. He walked down. And they're talking to her. And she's arguing with them. And they're pointing. And she arguing. And I'm like, "Bit, bit, 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 bit." That's all I could do. I was like, F y'all. And I peeled it out. And I peeled out. And I took off. And I'm like, so I drove out of the thing because I don't trust. I'm looking to see maybe they can have a big Hummer truck to come and try to block me. I'm like, I need to get out of this complex thing, right? I need to get on the main road, right? So I got out of the complex thing. I got on the main road. And then I'm like, I drove up a little and then I pulled over to really kind of assess. So as I pulled over, I'm like, everything is playing back. How stupid I was. Like how stupid I was, how close I was. Because I seen the movie Hostel. I seen all those movies where they cut them open and take their organs and enslave them and all that. And I'm like, so everything now is starting to play back. From when we was in, when she left the front door open, when she tried to get me to drink, when we was talking, all of it, the phone calls, the black dude. Now I'm starting to put together in my head. So the black dude was the pilot. He's the transporter. So when they get the organs, this is what I put together, even when I got home, as I'm playing it together, playing it out. When they get the person, I guess she baits the person off online, meeting the dude online, gets them to the apartment there or whatever, drugs their drink or whatever, then they come, do whatever they do. I don't know whether if they take the organs there, they take them somewhere, but the pilot dude is in charge, like he's a pilot for the airline. So he's shipping the organs, I guess, wherever he's going on his thing. It's a straight organization. Larry Yah said the biggest one is in Illinois. So as I'm home, I'm putting it all together. And I'm like, now the good thing about me is I'm very good at, I don't let people know where I live and giving addresses and all that type of stuff. I'm, from being from the streets. So there was no her knowing where I live or none of that. I'm very thorough with all of that. So there's no part. She has no idea of nothing. And I don't even give the right name or nothing. You don't got my name, government, none of that. You ain't got nothing. She, as far as I know, she don't even know who this is. So I remember I was home and I literally went on the computer because I met her on the thing. So after I'm home now, it took me 2.5 hours. I'm thinking the whole time I'm driving. The Holy Spirit is revealing what could have happened to me, all the scenarios. Now I'm scared. What I mean by scared is I should have been scared when I was in the moment, but men will be stupid, especially the beauty of a woman. And then me coming from the streets now, I wasn't scared in the moment. A man will really, literally risk his life or death, and walk on the edge of life and death, messing around with a beautiful woman. And that's what I was doing. But later, after you play it back, reality sets in. You know how you get, this not what happened to me, but you know how you think about it later, and all of a sudden you want to throw up because you realize what could have happened. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I didn't throw up, but all of the emotions are really how dangerous close, especially after seeing them in suits and these dudes was big. These Serbian looking Eastern European. I don't know if they Russian or whatever. I don't know what to call it. I just say, that's why I said Eastern European, right? I don't know what language that was. I think there was Russian. She said she was Russian something, but from some country. But after seeing, so now that I'm home, everything is been playing back for the ride. Now I'm in the house and everything is playing back. And I know about human trafficking. I know about organ harvesting. I've seen the things and everything. And I'm like, oh my goodness, bro. I was literally at death's door. Like, if the spirit didn't tell me to get out right then, I wouldn't have gotten out. First of all, it was 2 of them in the elevator. It looked like 4 more that was coming down the thing. They were huge, and they had guns. I didn't have no gun. I might have had a little pocket knife or something. So you already know those big Ukrainian, whatever they were, Uzbekistans or whatever they were, was coming in, guns drawn, and I would have been, wow, I would have been like a scary movie. What would have happened to me was what I seen in the scary. That's like my worst nightmare type of stuff. So now I'm home and all reality kicked in. I seen it all. I'm nervous after the fact, meaning I'm like, bro, you was just, I could see myself, them cutting me open and drugging me and keep taking parts and keeping me alive and shipping me. Oh my goodness, my worst nightmare, bro. If you're gonna kill me, kill me. If I need to go out in a shootout, go out in a shootout. But all that torturing, that's one of my worst nightmares. All that type of stuff. So I'm at home and I'm like, you know what? I need to go to her. I wonder if she took her thing down. So I went online and her website was still up. Picture and everything. And she was online. I think they had the thing where you could see when they're online or something. And so I'm looking at the picture and I said, I cannot believe this girl still got her thing up. And I'm like, so they literally got a ring going on. And so I typed and I said, So they were coming to get me. And I waited. And it took a minute. And then I think they had a thing where you can hear it ding or something. I don't remember too correctly. But I remember knowing that she wrote me back. And I looked. And she wrote, "Take care of yourself." She said, "You are very special. I told you that." She says, because I told her about God from my 25 to life. Remember, we talked for hours. I told her my whole, oh, not the whole story, but most of my in jail, and I didn't believe in God. I was atheist, and now, and she told me hers, because, you know, they believe in God or whatever, but they in the, and she was like, "I told you you were special." She said, God covers and protects you." She said, "Forget you ever knew me and be safe. Don't live your life so reckless." She said, "You're fearless," and something like, "But there's so much dark out here, things to be fearful of." And she says, and then she went off the thing. And I was like, I cannot believe that this woman is literally online dating people. So then I'm like, okay, what do I do? Right? Because I'm from the streets and we don't go to police. I know people don't like that, but that's how I'm raised. We don't go to police, but this is people getting trafficked and stuff, right? So now I'm at a conundrum. So we don't snitch, but I don't know what to do. So I'm like, I got to warn people, right? So I'm like, I got to tell people, yo, stay away from this girl, right? This girl is dangerous, you know, don't snitch, don't. So I go, this is later, because I'm thinking, okay, what I'm gonna do, I gotta do something. I can't just know that this girl is out there baiting and somebody else happened to someone else, right? So I'm like, okay, all right, what I'm gonna do, I'm like, I need to expose her on the thing. So I went to pull up her thing and it was gone. And I'm like, oh, I'm like, no, because I was going to screenshot her picture so that I can show and say, put up everywhere on online dating things. This woman is dangerous. This woman they kidnapping people. Stay away from this woman, right? But she wiped everything. It was gone. And I'm like, so I didn't have it. The address, all I had was the address to the complex. When I got there, she came out the door, and I didn't pay attention to the number, if it was 11735, whatever. So all I had was the address to the complex thing. And so I'm sitting there and I'm like, so I'm online. I went on all the other things and I didn't see her. And she wiped everything. So I'm just gonna be honest. I didn't know what to do. Coming from the streets, we scared of police. Like I wanted, do I call the police and say, hey, there's this address and I don't know what's going on. I don't know the apartment number, right? Do you leave some kind of thing says, because I had something like one such and such drive, such and such Florida. But it's a whole apartment complex with, it's like 50, 60 apartments. I don't got the number. Like, there's something going on in one of the apartments. Like, and do the police realize, do you, and I just came home from 25, like, so the best that I was going to do, shout out to Brooklyn Red, the best that I was going to do was just expose her online and put it up on the thing. Anybody stay away from this woman. This woman they're kidnapping people or something. And it was gone. So, yeah, exactly, Victorious Ron. They probably got police on. He has big business. And Victorious Ron, that's why we don't mess around with police. And now you so right, Victorious Ron, because these big this multi-million, they be having the system in on it. You know what I mean? Y'all know that. And that's why the streets tell us stay away from the police, the system. We don't meddle around, right? But I wanted to try. And so she erased all of it. And guys, it had to be like 2 years later. 2 years later or something. I was doing something and I'm online. That story will come. I'm back online again, still trying to find my wife. And I do something and I see this girl's picture, the same profile picture on another dating thing. And I'm like, it sent a shock through me. I was like, oh, and I screenshotted it. So I got it, but I can't find it now. I got it somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. I was trying to look. I wanted to look for it tonight because I would have put it on the thing. I would have showed y'all. But I can't find it now. Maybe it was on one of my hard drives that don't work no more or something. But I saved it. But I didn't know I was going to be on the internet, YouTube. This was 2000 well, now when I seen it again, it was like 2014, 2 years later. It just popped up out of nowhere. I seen a picture. Yeah, that thing sent shock through my body, Victorious Rise, like I saw a ghost. I was like, that's her. I was like, and so I took a picture of the picture, but I don't know where it's at, what computer. I thought I might, I don't know. It's been so long. I wish I had it. I would have showed y'all. And I seen it. She was back online again. You know that stuff never stopped. Yeah, you're right, Victorious Ron. I'm glad I didn't. That was my instinct. Do not, because I'd have messed around and reached out to police and tried to snitch on the ring. And next you know, you got the men in black at my door. Next you know, the men in black show up at my door. That's one thing we don't do in the hood. We don't play around with the boys. We don't play. This is what we don't play with the letter boys, the FBI, the CIA, the IRS, any 3-letter. We don't play with the letter boys. That's way out of our pay grade in the hoodie hood. You heard? Anybody that's smart, we don't got nothing. I don't play no games with the letter boys. Let them do their thing. They got their own thing. None of my, that's what's raised in the hood. You raised to mind your business. Mind your business. Yeah, they be sitting in your living room when you come home. I come home from scrapping with my truck. I come home from a hard day's work of scrapping junk metal from all around. I come in my brother's house, the men in black sitting in my living room. I mean, oh, I know better. I'm like, I ain't, nah. If I could have got the picture and exposed her there, yeah, stay away from, but all that, calling the authorities and all that, we don't do all that. Mind your business. Sometimes the stuff is above your pay grade in the dark realm. We don't do that. But this was a true story of I literally escaped by my teeth. I don't know what they would have did to me. Men don't mess with no acronyms. That's understand facts. Shout out to Anthony Sweeney. Don't mess around with them acronyms. They don't play. They play for keeps. They doing all type of stuff all over the world. You don't mess around. Mind your business. That's why I don't play in politics and none of that. Won't get me running for no political office, none of that. Mm-mm. I'm good money. I'm good money. I remember when someone said that to me. You have a good speech and you got a story and you know how to speak to people. The devil's a lie. I ain't running for nothing. I'm a run, all right. I'm a run from it. I don't even vote. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that y'all should vote. I don't vote. You know how they say? I stay out of their mess because you know, I've been in the system. They be like, you want to do, you know how you fill out the thing? You want to do the voting card? I get scared every time I see it. And I'm not telling y'all not to vote. You know, you got to vote in y'all stuff. Y'all do it, but I was on the other side of the law. So when I see that thing, it'd be like, do you want to do the vote? Now, no, I get scared when I see the thing. I'm like, no, 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 I'm good. Do you want to give a donation to the thing? No. No, don't take none of my, you know how they be like, do you want to leave some of your thing to donate? No. Because I don't want to be no party to think, oh, he support this party. But no, 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 no. That's y'all business. Y'all, yeah, on the back of organ donating, I don't do that either. Everybody from the sound of my voice, take that organ donating thing off of your license. I remember I did that when I first released the ministry. I had to tell these Hebrews, these black men, women, and children, even my Gentiles, the so-called whites or whatever, on the back of your thing, you don't got to go into the motor, since the COVID thing, you don't got to go into the motor vehicle to get it off. You can do it online. You go online and you go to the motor vehicle thing and you keep searching for the part where you want to get the organ donator off your thing. Get that off of your license, because I don't want to speak against this because it's big money and I don't want them coming after me, because I know this video is flagged already because I put hashtag organ harvesting and hashtag human trafficking. So I ain't trying to get on their radar, but I'm telling y'all, when you put that on your thing, you even got the hospitals and stuff, they don't want to resuscitate you because you worth more dead. You didn't literally said on the thing that they can sell, they can have all your organs. It's just sorry, I'm just giving my opinions, not financial advice, not medical advice, not legal advice, spiritual advice. Get that stuff off your thing. Trust me on that. You be in that doggone hospital and they'll be able to, I've heard stories. There's probably stuff on YouTube where they realize they looking, people coming in, you like, who that? Oh, you got universities and students who's coming in. They're like, yeah, you an organ donor. So they come in to see. I've seen that on YouTube. They come in to see if you don't make it, what they can get. This one coming for your heart. This one coming from your kidney. This one wants your liver because you didn't sign your thing. So they got more incentive not to bring you back to life. You were more alive than dead than alive. But you signed up for it. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. I know y'all think it's okay. You want to help somebody else, you end up hurting. I understand it. So to each his own. I did this in the ministry when I first came out. I told these doggone black people, get that stuff off the first thing. I remember my assistant's like, thank you. I need to, yes, get that off there. Yeah, they come right before you even dead. Like, y'all, you watch, Google this on YouTube. Do stories on YouTube about the people coming for the organ donations for those who got it before they was even dead, and they showing up in their hospital room, I've seen on YouTube, the person say, who are them people? Oh, there's the people that's coming for your heart. Cause you put down an organ donor. They sitting there like buzzards, what they call them things that fly around you when you look flying for the dead. They call them, what's them dudes? Them big birds. They got them here in Florida. Them dudes is no joke. They ain't scared of nothing. I like seeing those dudes. They call them buzzards too. But what's the name of those dudes? The big birds, the big black ones that come to fly around you when you dead. Vultures. They got vultures here. Any here? No, not ravens. Ravens small, so y'all. Vultures are huge. They stand like this big. They here in Florida. In Florida, anything that died, let's say a dead dog or anything, an armadillo, vultures, they be, I seen them a couple of weeks ago coming home. The vultures that's how I knew someone was dead. It was about 10 of them in the street. They ain't even moved from my car. I parked. I think did I take. I'm a video them next time. I want y'all to see them. I was looking at them. He said he mixed up the name. You meant to say vultures. Now, ravens, those little ravens, ravens spooky too. Those are ones they show in the scary movies, but they small blackbirds. Nah, them vultures, no joke. So they was in the street looking at me. One was checking out, and I paused. They know I'm watching them. So they realized, oh, he just looking. So they went back to their business. And the one was he kept looking at me, look at them, look at me. I said, these dudes is raw dog. Those are dudes that's going to wait for your butt to die. They circling around for you to get weak. And if you get too weak, they don't wait for you to die. They come and help you. Facts. So anyway, I don't know how I got on. I know how I got on vultures. Them doggone organ donation people be vultures around your hospital because you written down on the list. Y'all better go Google it on YouTube and watch the video. All right. This video was the story of how the Most High allowed me with my stupid self to escape these people that was coming to take I would have been done for. I was done. I was in the house, in the girl bed and all that. And then too stupid to just leave. Too stupid to just leave. Yeah, if you too healthy, they want healthy stuff. And that was another thing that another sign thing because of my age and how healthy I was and how I looked. Something came out because I think it was when the pilot was talking. He was like, he looked really healthy. She said, yeah, he really strong. Yeah, his organ, something. He looked really strong. Something. She's like, yeah, I know you like him like that. And she's like, yeah, whatever. You don't. I'm like, yeah. They realized, yeah, he must got a strong heart. He an older dude and looking like that. His heart pumping. But anyway, yes, I hashtagged organ harvesting and human trafficking, knowing I did that purposely because, and I thought about it before I did it because you get on their radar, but we still have to fight the darkness no matter what. Y'all guys, be very careful. Be very, very, very mindful of any woman or man. Just don't do what I did. Just keep your head on a swivel. Watch your children. The kidnapping happened really quick, and it can happen in any different area. Dating. They have bait and switches. Be careful. Like when I was driving Uber, I picked this Uber dude up. And when I went to go get him, he was like, the house is back here. It was off a dark street, way in the woods, dark. And then he wanted me to drive in this, and I had to drive off the cement, and it was wet and mush. It looked like I would have got stuck in the mud. And he was like, my house, you have to drive all the way. And it was so black, I couldn't even see back there. And then you're going to make a right, and my house is back there in some woods in the middle of nowhere. And if I would have took I was driving a little Prius because I was out Ubering. That was my hustle money maker. If I would have took that little Prius and went off that sidewalk, it would have got stuck in that mud, more or less driving to try to get to. Only thing I can envision in my visual was like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something. Like they got me. And when I had to drive, how far I had to drive down this long, I'm going to go there one time in the daytime. I keep saying that because I want to show y'all and film it. I know where it's at. I want to film it. I want y'all to see. And it had two pillars with some like crows on it. And he was like on the phone with me. And I'm like, no, you need to come out to the street. He said, no, come in. It's okay. My house. When you drive in, you're going to go in for about 500 feet. He says, and I said, but it's bushy and wet. He said, you won't get stuck. You'll make it. And he said, and then once you get there, I know it's really dark, but you'll see, make a right and you drive down And as you go in about another 500 feet, you're going to see a house. You're going to see a house. Somebody must have been told him wrong. I said, listen, dude, I'm not doing none of that, what you said. I said, either you come to this street or I'm out of here. He's like, you're not going to? I said, no. He's like, okay, I'm coming. And I hung up, and then I was like, I don't know about this. And I'm looking at the street, and it was one lane. And I was like, only thing somebody's car got to do is park. The only thing they got to do is pull a truck right here. And I'm stuck anyway. Because there's one, you can't even turn around. Like you got to, the only way to turn around, the nearest house is up there. I knew I had to back up anyway because it was too short to turn the car around. And I had to get in somebody driving. So I already had to back up. And I was like, man, if someone pull a truck right here, I'm done for. And right when I was like, I need to get out of here, I went to throw the car in reverse and he was at my window. It scared the mess out of me, bro. Soon as I went to put my car in reverse, he was like, boom, he hit the window and I was, and it was a little white dude with a black hoodie and all black. And I was like, he was like, it's me. And I'm like, and then he opened the door. And I'm like, because I didn't get a chance to put it in, to lock, self-lock. And I'm like, and it got in the car. And I'm like, now I got this looking like you know, the ones that have the black trench coats and stuff. That's what he looked like. Crazy looking white boy coming out the woods, had all that mud on it. I was like, first all that mud, he was looking muddy all. I'm like, he's like, whoa, wow, you were scared to come back there? He's like, wouldn't nothing happen to you? Just my family back there. And I'm like, oh my, what in the scary movie am I living right now? And I'm like, okay, he behind me. I'm like, oh my goodness. So I got to back up. I'm like, let me hurry up because he probably got him coming. Then I went to the house and backed up and turned around. And I'm like, okay, now I got a long strip. They can, at any time, a truck could just block me off. And it's me, him, and whatever it is they want to do. And finally, we made it to the street. That was a horrible ride. It was horrible, bro. It was really bad. Then I wanted to leave him at the 7-Eleven. He lucky I didn't. I drove him back, but I didn't drove him all the way. And he was asking some weird questions, like trying to find out if I was racist, just stuff like he was poking to see whether they gonna take me back there and eat me and stuff. You know what I mean? Like checks his chainsaw. I said, Lily, he think I'm taking him back down there. I'm not. You're gonna walk. So I took him as far before I get to the one lane where they can block me in. He said, what you doing, bro? I said, bro, I'm sorry. I'm not driving back down there. He said, but that's far. I said, bro, I took you, this is as far as I'm going. I'm not. He said, no, bro, come on. We've been out. I said, I am not going down there. I'm sorry. I am not going down there. So either you get out here or I take you back up to the 7-Eleven. He said, but come on, we friends now. I said, no, bro. You cool, all that. It ain't got nothing to do with race. I'm from the projects in New York City. We don't get ourselves in situations like this. I'm not going back down there. You're like, oh, you gonna do me like that? I said, I'm sorry, bro. And he got out the car. And when I was looking at him, I was like, I don't trust this dude. Because he was on the phone in the 7-Eleven. I'm watching him through the thing. And he could have told him, we coming back. But he's not gonna go off the road to come in. We can't get him to the house. So y'all just have the block waiting. Once the car pass, block it off. We got him. Come to the wrong. I don't know what they was planning to do, if they wasn't. Sure enough, he got out. I never I remember that. I know where it's at. I want to go there one day so I can show y'all. I want to go there one day in the daytime, daylight, and film that thing. Y'all gonna see how spooky it is in the daytime. Yeah, we friends now. Ain't that a red flag, Brooklyn Red? Trying to rock me to sleep. We friends. We ain't no doggone friends. Next you know, they get you back there. Hey, friend. That's when they change. They're like, hey, friend. And then this crazy little mama come out. Get him on the plate. Wrangle him up, Johnny boy. Din din. Wrangle him up. Ooh. He kind of meaty. It's some good dark meat. We gonna eat good. Wrangle him up, Johnny boy. Good catch. You ain't. I done seen too many scary movies. You are not getting me. So, the moral of the story tonight is some of the darkest people in this world. Do not think that these people are not sick in this world. There are people going missing every day. There's still organ harvesting. There's still human trafficking. There's still taking people. They don't got the milk cartons no more. People still missing. This world is getting darker and darker, not lighter and lighter. Pay attention to your surroundings. No matter what, don't befriend nobody. Do not let nobody rock you to sleep. You don't know them, even when you know people, man. People, remember, the enemy come from your own house, so you got to watch your own family members and stuff like that. People shooting, killing people. The world getting darker and darker. But be very careful for human trafficking, sex slavery, and people organ stealing. It's a real world. That was my story tonight of what literally happened to me. I'll slow down. I do want to say this. I did slow down. That slowed me down a little. I kind of stopped really the internet thing after this event because it was so close. But I went back to it later, but y'all know. Yeah, I'm going to tell these stupid stories. But this story never. I escaped this by the skin of my teeth, all thanks to the Most High's covering over my life. That Holy Spirit said, go now. They were coming for me right then. Another one down. Uncle Yahshua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. These are true story events of my life. So much, many times, that I was blessed by the Most High to make it out of situations. This is one of the most darkest. This one, because I'm able to ponder what they could have did to me. I'd rather handle it in the streets and jail and all that than this sick stuff. For them kidnapping you and torturing you and whatever they do to you, got you in some basement or something, hacking away and taking your organs and keeping you alive. So because they need organs, they need you alive. They got stuff that they do to keep you alive as they take it and sew you up to keep you, because the organs need to keep. Oh my goodness. Keep your head on the swivel. Make sure, pay attention for your circle before they hurt you. And keep the Most High first and foremost. Keep hearing. Keep your antennas up. And fight all the darkness wherever it is.
Bossy, you know what it is.
Fight the darkness. I love you all. Next week, I'll probably tell another story, go back and tell a story. Oh, I know what I'm doing next week. Next week is going to be a dope, big one. I got to prepare for it all week. I got clips I need. It's going to be a big one. I got I think my boy from Buffalo, I'm going to do that one. I forgot his name now. Sorry, I'm thinking of Jay Mizzy. It's not Jay Mizzy. It's my boy from Buffalo. So I love y'all. Be the light in the darkness and just pay attention to everything around you. I hope y'all enjoyed this story, but it was a warning. This story tonight was a warning of what's out there and what could happen. And just don't do what I did. I was stupid, y'all. It was foolish of me to play with my life because I want to smash this chick. That was the dumbest thing in the world. Thankful to the Most High for his grace and mercy for my foolishness. But now I understand I got a purpose to fulfill, so he allowed me to continue to live so that I could fulfill this purpose. All right, go forth and be the light in the darkness. See most of y'all tomorrow when I got a great lesson coming out tomorrow on the Ministry Channel. Another one down. Uncle Yahshua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. Keep it functional. And you know my motto, love the Most High, y'all. We out. See y'all tomorrow and see y'all next week on the 25 to Life. We out. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that choochie. All the time on the grind, getting that doochie. This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dark side, strong, the wrong, I think I'm supposed to run.